And welcome everyone to the final day of action at the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and it is my pleasure to be joined here by Grandmaster Irina Krush. Irina, yesterday Hikaru made an epic comeback on the first day of the Blitz portion. Do you think he's going to continue that run today?
Well, I certainly hope so, Benjamin. Yeah, yesterday was great to watch as he scored 7.5 out of 9, just a great day of chess, and climbed up to third place in the overall standings. And I really hope that today's just another good day for him, that he can get to at least second place, which I think is very realistic. And obviously, he needs a bit of a miracle, something special to happen to be able to overtake Alireza Firouzja. But who knows? We got to stick around to see if it happens.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I definitely think I think second place is just within grasp. He's only half a point behind MVL, but first place is going to be really tough. He's 3.5 points behind Alireza Firouzja. Now, the good thing for Hikaru is that he will have the white pieces later today against Alireza, so that is his chance to narrow that gap down to 2.5 points. But I was doing the math. I thought, like, okay, let's say Hikaru wins all of the games, right, which would be insane. Then Firouzja would need to score not more than 5.5 out of 9. And yesterday, Firouzja was in great form as well, so it's going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, I mean, it's true that he basically needs like a very bad day from Firouzja, right? Where Firouzja goes 50% or less. And Hikaru just has another phenomenal day like yesterday. So it is definitely a stretch. But it's definitely possible for him to overtake second place. Now, in second place, we have, is it still Vachier Lagrave?
Yes, MVL still in second place. And yeah, unfortunately, the moves are not coming through. It's not on my end, you guys. I don't know. Okay, I can make some moves here to give you guys an idea of what's going on.
We
But
had that issue
yeah.
yesterday. It gets updated like pretty quickly, but yes. Let's see. Yeah, you're following. So they have an English opening.
Right, yeah, they have
It's
the
very
English.
popular.
Yeah, I would slightly prefer white here, though. White is a slightly more flexible structure. I like this move Queen G6 by Hikaru because the bishop doesn't really have a coverable square. And if their bishop E3 takes and Queen H6, I think Hikaru's already better.
Okay, so he was attacking this pawn on E3 that moved forward. So now you have the game updated, right? Like we're getting the moves.
No, I'm making the moves
Oh wow,
manually.
you're still doing it manually. Okay, cool. So the bishop on G2, not so good. 7 pawns for white, 7 pawns for black. Yeah, a little bit of white's king is weaker than black's. The bishop on G2 staring into the pawn. And I guess Hikaru will want to play a move like C5 sometime soon.
Yeah, I like C5, yeah, clamping down on D4, stopping the push from white. And now he has to make a decision. Is he going to stop knight f5 by playing the move G6, which weakens the pawn on F6 quite a bit? Or is he going to allow the knight jump, which will be quite a bit annoying, because after knight f5, you cannot go here. Oh, let me just... This is the life position. Oh, no, wait. Something else happened. No, wait. The bishop was already on E6 somehow. Wait, A4. Something like this happened. A4 here. Queen c2, and now came a check. So he has to scoot the king over and queen to c5. All right. Yeah, I think he's doing well. I think he can be very happy about the outcome of the opening. The black bishop on e6 is much more active than the white bishop on g2.
Yeah. As long as, I mean, well, white doesn't really have a chance to push through d4. It's actually really not clear what he's doing with his bishop on g2. What does Hikaru want in this position? That's kind of a question. I mean, what's the queen doing on c5? It's interesting that he didn't play his pawn to c5, right?
Yeah, it's a little bit odd that he put the queen here, but I guess it also stops d4. Maybe now g6, because I think the knight will just have to go back to h4, and then he can think how to improve the position. I mean, it's a good question. I don't know how, but he has just played g6, knight h4.
Yeah. You definitely don't want to take that knight and open up the bishop with e takes f5.
Right. So he played queen e7 back, and knight f3, and now c5. Very nice move stopping this. So maybe e3 from white to get this pawn. Oh, and there we have it. We finally have the moves. There you go, you guys.
Awesome.
Yeah, we were not making this up. Those were the actual moves. But it's looking good for Hikaru. He has a slight lead on the clock, and I think he just has the better position.
Yeah, 319 versus 302. Will he be playing for c4 at some point? Well, probably that's a little tricky because that allows white to play d4. So what can he
Hmm.
try to do in this position? He can try to target the a4 pawn in some way, right? He could try to put the bishop even on c6. Wouldn't be so crazy. Queen d7 ideas. Yeah, actually, I find that like to be a plausible idea. Okay, wow, c4 is a big move by Fabi, and I can't say I love it that much. I guess what is he doing on knight c6? Because knight c6 is sort of the obvious move.
Right, and that is on the board. He went knight to d2. Now Hikaru plants his knight on b4. The knight can never be challenged here, especially if black follows it up by a5. The pawn on a4 is kind of weak, and black could even consider starting some operations on the king side. And look at that clock. Before the time, his time edge was only 10 seconds, and now he's up almost a minute.
Yep, I definitely think the c4 move is a bit weird. Yeah, I mean knight f1, exactly. I wanted to say it was the only idea to e3 and d5. That's the only thing that Fabi could be thinking about here. And I guess on queen e8, he still has rook a1. So now Hikaru needs to decide what to do about this knight e3, knight d5 plan.
Yeah, it's not easy because, yeah, Fabi's plan is pretty obvious. Okay, he goes pawn f5. So
Interesting.
after knight e3, do you think... Okay, well, we see pawn capture on f5, and he takes
Rook
with
takes.
the rook.
Is he going to take with the pawn or the bishop? Yeah, honestly, I couldn't really predict.
Oh, does he want to do bishop takes d3? Yeah, that seems to work, right? Because in case of knight
Yeah,
d5, you have this.
that
Tricky.
is very tricky. It reminds me of his final sack against Jeffrey Xiong, in the last round of the day yesterday on c4. Very similar idea. So Fabi doesn't fall for that. He goes queen c3. Okay. Yeah, now I guess knight e3 is more of an idea because your queen can always draw back to e1 in the case of a sacrifice.
Right. Okay, so let's see what he is gonna do.
Yeah, and you
I
can't
mean, it's
play
not...
e4. Yeah.
He goes bishop d7. Okay, so rook a1 by Fabiano makes a lot of sense, defending this pawn over here, and queen d6.
Does he want to
I
go
guess
queen
after...
d4 or
I guess
not?
queen d4, yeah. But
But also
Fabiano
now
also
white
now
can
has
go
a...
a5, right? Yeah, that's the thing. A5 is a pretty big idea for white, and Fabi doesn't miss the chance because that just like takes a really big weakness away. I really kind of wish black's pawn was on a5 instead.
Yeah, maybe he should have spent a move earlier to put that pawn there. Because now, I mean, with the a file opening up, the rook can come to a7, and all of a sudden this king here will feel kind of unsafe. Because also, white has pressure along this diagonal, maybe the knight showing the d5. So
Yeah.
it's a tough position, but he played queen d4.
Yeah, I also think
Uh,
that the knight on b4 has a real chance to be like not a very effective piece.
right.
It's not really, I mean, it's on an outpost, but it's not currently attacking anything, and it's kind of on the side of the board. So right now, Fabi has improved his position by like a boatload, right? This is
Mm-hmm.
not good at all with rook b7 coming. I mean, isn't rook b7 a problem here, or what's going to happen after that?
Well, maybe the move bishop g4 that Hikaru just played creates counterplay. And now I guess Fabiano has to go bishop to f1 to defend this. And in case of rook e8, he still has knight e4. He could also go knight e4 now. Oh no, wait, knight e4 there might be rook f8, which is really tricky because you stop this and you hit the
Yeah.
pawn on e2.
Yeah, and there's also the idea knight c2 to e3, which is a really big one, right, for black.
Oh yeah, that's a nice plan. I like that. Yeah, so bishop f1. Let's say we go here. So he
Yeah.
goes rook e7, but now after king
Okay.
f8, you'll have to go here, I assume, which looks a little clumsy.
Yes, King f8 is like, yes, I mean, it's not the easiest move to play, right? Because you also got to calculate rook h7, but I guess, yeah, bishop e2, you pick up all these light squared pawns, so I suppose it's possible. Are there other moves than that? So depends what does white want. Yeah, no, King f8 I like, because you're putting your king in a dark square.
Yeah, and it's on the board, so rook e4. I guess bishop f5 now, forcing the rook to go here. And the rook feels a little off. Hikaru is also up a little bit of time on the clock, so I definitely think there's still chances in this game, and that is really the start he needs. But in the
Yeah.
meantime, Furusha's game seems to be headed for a draw, so he would already make up half a point there. King G7.
Yeah, because his pawns are better placed, right? They're all on dark squares while white's pawns are on light squares, and that's his chance. And by the way, he beat Fabi in an endgame yesterday when Fabi got down to seconds. So
right.
I wonder if the both players remember that. They're in an endgame again here.
Yeah, we have 94 by Fabiano. Tricky move. Now the question is always like, does Hikaru want to trade the rooks? Well, I think the endgame is probably just a draw. So he goes h6, threatening g5 perhaps, dislocating the rooks. So Fabiano has to make a decision. Does he play g5 or he goes h4?
Nice. So rook f8 is definitely tempting at this point, right?
Right. Yeah, it forces the trade and rook f8 is there. So Fabiano will have to take and bishop f3, I guess. But it's true. White has a lot of pawns on the light squares, but knight f6.
Okay.
I don't think there's a real way to take advantage.
Bishop e6. I suppose bishop e6.
Yeah, but white can always put this pawn here, and it will be so tough to do anything, I think.
Yeah.
But that pawn could also be a weakness.
It does look like at the moment the game is very balanced.
Yeah,
by the way, Hikaru now has less time.
He goes bishop a4. So maybe he's looking at bishop d1, followed by knight a2 to c3. But Fabiano should be in time to bring his pieces back. King g1, yeah.
Yeah, that was I guess king e7, is that possible? That blunders the pawn to knight g8, so better go king f7.
So g5, take. Maybe and yeah, in case of king e6, I guess you go here quickly. And
yeah, that doesn't get
he goes knight e2.
Okay. Knight d5, knight c3, right? Okay.
So bishop d5, king g7. It does look a little bit tricky for black. The king kind of boxed in, b6 being a potential weakness, knight c3. But I do think Hikaru is the better blitz player, so maybe he can make some magic happen here.
Yeah, maybe you should put the king on e7.
Oh, king e6 here. Well, and there it is, king f5. Wait, this is getting tricky now. Bishop g4, yeah, king e6.
5, yeah, okay.
Fabiano has to make a decision. Does he go here, then black will take? Bishop g4, king e5. Oh, and he's gone king f2 and knight h7. Wait, what is happening? Knight h7 looks really odd.
Oh yeah, the king's on f5, yeah, knight h7, okay, king e5.
Knight f8, bishop e8. The knight looks really odd here, but white is stopping the king from infiltrating. So having him b5, Hikaru blasting open the queen side, but I guess they'll just trade. And Fabiano will...
Even if you play c4, it's like you're not going to win the e2 pawn, I think. Although I guess he'll try to play c4, get the king to f4 after king f2.
Oh, but he's got knight f6. That looks like a mistake. And now after king f4, all of a sudden things are dropping off. But there's so little pawns on the board. I mean, can he squeeze out a win here?
Wow. There's no knight h7 because it hangs the bishop, so the pawn can't be protected.
Oh, king f4. This is super tricky all of a sudden. If you take, black gets two split passers, the white peepos.
He has a real chance to win. I do think he will win this.
Yeah. Okay, what are you doing now? Knight d1. Oh, nice move, forcing the king to go back, and knight e3, establishing. I like the fact that the knight on e3 stops white from ever going e3, but maybe you move the bishop and knight f3? Because bishop e7, that's a great move by Fabiano.
5 or king g3, king g3 is a move. Is king g3 worth it here?
Well, I think he's going to go knight f3, and I don't see how you hang on to the d4 pawn.
Oh, okay, that's the threat. Knight f3 is a threat. So how do you deal with that?
Take. I mean, there's so little pawns left.
You gotta stop, I guess.
Like if g5. Okay, knight c3 by Hikaru. But knight f3 now. I guess you give it check and king e3. Still very tricky.
Yeah.
Where does he go? And only a couple seconds for Fabiano.
Wow. Yeah, Fabiano.
Oh, and d3. What a move! Takes.
Wow. Winning king of endgame. Hikaru spotted that.
Oh, and now he goes with the other pawn. White is completely tied down, and I think there's no way of stopping the g-pawn. What a game.
Yeah,
he's going to win this one.
You cannot move at all, and you're actually just pushing the g-pawn at your leisure. You can go like g4, g3, king e3, king f2, and just help it promote.
And it looks like Fabiano played knight f3 and lost on time. What a win for Hikaru Nakamura. I definitely did not expect him to win this endgame.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing result. I mean, Hikaru showing the blitz skills in crunch time, right? When it looks like there's not that much. He just keeps the game going and still manages to outplay his opponents from not much. And that's really like the it's not even like the chess skill as much as like just the blitz skill, right? That he has kind of in superior quantities to his opponent.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I mean, I've lost some games against him as well, where you're like, how did I ever lose this? But he just keeps creating chances, keep creating, problems for you. And yeah, we see him squeezing out the win here. And yeah, this is really the start he needs. He closed the gap down to 3 points with Fallujah. So if he can keep this up, I mean, there's still a chance. Also, MVL drew his game, so he's now tied for second.
Wow, amazing. So this is a really good start to the day for him. Shall we take a look at some of the other games still going on?
For sure. Well, the round just finished, but let's recap real quick what happened. So Fallujah. Oh wait, no, that was not
round
the right
19.
game. That was from yesterday.
Yeah, round 19.
So Fallujah,
you had it right there. Yeah, it's right here. Yep. So Fallujah drew Nepo. Let's take a look.
Oh, yeah. So this was
it doesn't look too
Catalan.
exciting.
Doesn't look too exciting, no. I mean, yeah, just trade, and eventually, I mean, this seemed like a pretty boring game, to be honest, so I don't want to spend too much time. But I mean, Fallujah was playing with the black pieces against Nepo, right? On paper, that's one of the toughest pairings you can have. So I guess he doesn't mind a draw here. Then let's see what else we have. So MVL, who's also now tied for second with Hikaru. They had a open reload pass. There should be 3. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know if this is some sort of theory or whatnot, but it looks like Shaq was doing well here because he has the strong passer and White's kind of tied up. But he wasn't quite able to really put the hammer down. I mean, it seems like Black's up an exchange.
He kind of had it. Yeah, he looks like he had some kind of hammer in his hands right now.
Yeah, right. But he didn't fully put it down. Oh, here he allowed MVL back in the game. Yeah, I guess maybe if Black takes here, White's pawns get too threatening. And here, I guess White is enough counterplay somehow with the knight, the bishop, and a strong e-pawn. And so eventually they reached this bishop endgame, which ended in a draw.
Yeah, so right now Hikaru is 3 points behind Fallujah, and he's tied with Vachier, and they're both ahead of Nepo and Xiang by 1 point. So really his tournament situation is looking pretty good right now. There's still 8 games left to play today. Let's take a look at some of more games that happened in this round.
For sure, yeah. So
in the next round, that sounds like 2 interesting players. They should have had an interesting game by my guess.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, he's playing Levant in the next round with the black pieces. So let's see how Levant did here. So they had the Queen's Gambit accepted, and Jeffrey has already almost he had a winning position on move 14 because he's winning a piece here. Because there's some tactics along this diagonal as well. But apparently he wasn't quite able to finish it off. That's quite shocking to me. I mean, a 2700 player up a piece, and then the game ends in a draw. What do you make of that, Irina?
Wow. Well, I mean, he's still up a piece, okay, for 2 pawns. Yeah, really. I mean, okay, there's bishops of opposite color, but something has to go really wrong for White not to win this. There was a game, though. It was in the Women's Speed Chess Championship semifinal between Valentina Gunina and Hao Yifan, where Hao Yifan just had an extra piece from the opening. Looked like it was time to resign. Gunina kept playing and eventually even won the game. So, I mean, it can happen in Blitz, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, in Blitz, anything can happen. But it seemed that the Levant, it wasn't necessarily a one-move blunder, but Levant slowly but surely crawled back into the game. He traded off more pieces, more pawns, and eventually the drawing margin was just too big. Like here, white only has one pawn left, so it feels like the game is probably going to be a draw. And Laval managed to save a g5, very nice move, preparing king g6 and f5, trading the last pawn off the board.
So we also got Dominguez versus Shanklin. So these are two players who are not having such a great tournament, and I guess they must be close to the bottom of the standings. Dominguez had a really horrible day yesterday, but today he starts off with a draw. So another Italian opening that we've seen a lot from him in this tournament.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Dominguez only scored half a point, right, yesterday. Shanklin 1.5. So they have this Italian structure where, white is trying to prove a small advantage, but I find it always so difficult to prove. And I guess especially in Blitz, I mean, black is always pretty solid, has the pressure along the f-file.
Yeah. Wow. Wait, what happened here with g5? That was kind of an interesting move. So black just pushed his pawn to what? To stop f4 or?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess he wants to stop f4, but I'm not sure if white is too eager to play that move. Also, it really weakens the king over here, so
yeah,
not sure if it's the best.
I mean, it's typical enough move. I mean, I'm not like shocked by it, but it is a little bit striking to the eyes.
Yeah. And yeah, just to answer the questions from the chat, there will be 8 more games, you guys, so don't go anywhere. But also, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of time in between the games, so if you guys have any questions for us, just feel free to ask them, and we'll be happy to answer them.
Yeah.
Here's Shanklin.
But meanwhile, like, for example, if you want to know what animal I have on my shirt, right? Like, you can make some guesses about that, guys. Like, I'll show you a little bit. You can just look at the ears. Okay. So will Hikaru play Titled Tuesday? Well, what day of the week is today? Is today
it's
Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday, right? No, I think he's a little busy. All right, giraffe, kangaroo. Yeah, microwave. I don't own one. Okay, I like to warm things up in the oven or on the stove, right? I'm kind of old-fashioned like that.
I mean, heating stuff up in a microwave is pretty uncultured, so.
Yeah. All right. So I think you win the prize, camel poggies. Yeah, Kyle, you also got it right. Oh, but by the way, panther was a really good guess. It could have been a panther, but it's a wolf. Here, you can take a look at this beautiful wolf. I've had this. I think I bought this like, I don't know, maybe when I was traveling in Sweden, like years ago. Maybe it was like when I was traveling in Sweden before the Norway Olympiad in 2014. I think I found these shirts and I really liked them and made them my own.
Right. And also, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to a good friend of the channel, GMHikaru. Congratulations to Jocelyn for winning the earlier Title Tuesday, and we wish him good luck in the later one.
Wow, very cool. So hard to win Title Tuesday, right?
Exactly, but now Hikaru's not playing, so everyone gets hungry enough for the win. Exactly, yeah.
Wearing a wolf shirt is alpha energy. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. There's no catching Ali Reza. Well, you never know. That's the thing with sport, guys, is like, even when it looks like there's no chance, it's so improbable. You never know, right? Just like things have to break your way. Is today the day where like Ali Reza just doesn't have a good day? That's what it, is really going to come to. So
yeah. I mean, keep in mind, he's playing super gems in every round. Now, let's imagine that maybe Hikaru makes up another half a point in the next round. Then after that, he will have the white pieces against Ali Reza. So what is a better opportunity than that to close the gap? And let's say, he closes, let's say he narrows it down to 2.5 points in the next round, and then he beats Ali Reza. Then all of a sudden, it's 1.5 points. And maybe Mr. Ali Reza can get a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think it just like, first of all, it takes one bad game, right? Like you play one bad game and then you can go on tilt and blitz pretty easily. If something like crazy happens to you, like you make an illegal move or you spoil a winning position, it really kind of, you might start like a bad trend, and then that gives Hikaru a chance to catch up. Well, I mean, it's a possibility, guys. Obviously, we don't root for Ali Reza to lose all of his games. That wouldn't be nice. But we do want to have Hikaru have chances to win in this tournament, to have the tournament be more competitive. It's always more fun when there's a real fight for first place.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it would be kind of disappointing if these would be the standings with, let's say, 2 rounds to go, because then the tournament would already be over. So let's hope it will become more exciting. And someone asked in the chat, is 2,900 possible for Hikaru? Well, right now he's at 2,899, so I think it's impossible. I think it's impossible to reach 2,900. I mean, it's not like if he wins one more game, he'll be there, right?
Yeah, wait, I'm trying to send some emojis on the chat. Benjamin, this takes a lot of skill. Hold on, am I going to be able to do it? Yeah, I did it.
Wait, I don't see it.
No, there's a heart that came in. I think I just want to answer your comment. Besides the heart, laser radial, I think my mom would really appreciate your statement. But anyway, let's is there a game we haven't taken a look at? Or yeah, we have a couple of minutes. Benjamin, what have we not looked at yet? We kind of, well, should we actually go through Hikaru's game a little bit more slowly, just to see like the opening, which was a little bit of a blur in the beginning?
Oh, right. And by the way, as we speak, the Pineapple Man just got back to his board. I like Hikaru, he is a little bit superstitious, so if things go his way, he doesn't change his attire. I mean, that worked out very well for him in the FIDE Grand Prix. So I think it's definitely the right decision to stick with the pineapple shirt. And perhaps it was a big mistake not to start with it in the rapid portion.
Oh yeah, I'm very superstitious too, Like, I think I wore at some point, like I alternated my clothes a bit at the Olympiad, but then I just stuck with the same pair of jeans, like until the end of the tournament. I was like, this is working for me.
Right. So, actually, talking about it, like at the Olympiad, so we got a bunch of the same shirts, right, from the federation, and every day I was wearing one of those shirts. But then one day I didn't. Like I wear one of my own shirts, and that was the one game I lost. So yeah, don't change the routine, you guys. Don't change the routine.
Yeah,
it's the important lesson.
Oh, but all right.
Let's actually have a look at this Endgame, perhaps, because it seemed like the game was headed for a draw, but somewhere things went wrong for Fabiano. Like here,
look at that key moment when the Black King managed to activate.
But I think this was indeed, yeah.
So let's go back a move earlier, right? Like something happens. How did he let this king in? King
right. So perhaps he was a little careless here, because Black does want to bring the king up. I don't know what he should have done. Maybe like knight d5
to... Can you go bishop
or bishop g4?
Actually,
yeah, bishop g4 seems like a good move. But I guess now I'll try to do this. But you can, I guess the difficult thing for white is if, let's say I bring my king up to, let's say you just wait, right? And we get to this position, and then I'm going to go bishop d1. Hit the pawn, you'll have to go back, and I go king f4. So I would think Black is still on the better side of the draw.
Yeah.
He went e1, and this was a big mistake allowing the king here. Hikaru repeated here, maybe missing it. Actually, I think he should have gone king f4, just gaining a little bit more space. But things really went wrong for, allowing c4 was another mistake by Fabiano, because again, here he comes in a pickle, right? Like he has to defend this pawn, and then he allows the king up, and g5 becomes weak. But yeah, the next game is starting very, like after that it was probably still a draw, but it was really tough with only seconds on the clock. But the next game is starting very soon.
It's like I'm trying to find these next games here on like the chess.com/events. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble. Oh, there we go. Navigating. Oh, they started. Okay, cool. So
is it gonna be? Oh, good.
Yes, good. It's a Berlin. Is that making you happy, Benjamin?
Yeah, I was worried that maybe Levant was just gonna make the draw, this one.
It was a4, yeah.
Right, just to show it real quick for you guys. It's not like you guys have seen this in many these online rapid tournaments. But fortunately, Levon goes for it. And
yeah,
he
there's
goes
really no reason for him to make a draw, right?
right.
Like, he actually is doing pretty well in the event right now. Well, okay, he's in 6th place, so I mean, he needs to improve. So yeah, it would be kind of surprising if he was going for that kind of draw in Blitz.
Right. Yeah.
All right, so
But
Berlin Endgame. You know something about this, right, Benjamin? Is this part of your repertoire?
yeah, so I played a Berlin with black, and growing up I was a 1e4 player, so I also had a couple Berlin endgames as white. And so it's a difficult position for black. I mean, the king is always a bit of an issue. The one thing black has got going for him is the 2 bishops. And with this move b6, Hikaru is creating this b7 square for the king. But it's always a little bit difficult. Like, what are you going to do with this bishop, right? I mean, first, you have to move it before you can play king b7. But let's say you move it to e6, then white will try to go knight e2 to f4 and try to take away your bishop pair. Because without the bishop pair, black is just worse, right? Like, white is more active pieces. He has got a better pawn structure. So let's see how Hikaru will try to solve that problem.
So rook d3 is on the board. Okay, so he needs to, well, he has a lot of questions. So bishop e6 makes sense because you want to be able to play king b7, right?
Right.
Okay, knight e7 is an interesting move to try to play bishop f5, actually. Getting a tempo on the rook and then going king b7. Yeah, knight e7 is like, it's always hard to make those knight moves backwards. I find like that's one of the hardest things to see in chess. But in these Berlin endgames, you crawl around a lot like that, don't you, on the back ranks?
Yeah, no, for sure. And if black is able to crawl out successfully, he could get the advantage. But I think with 97, it might have a very concrete drawback. In rook fd1, hitting the bishop, you probably go here. And now white infiltrates through the back rank, and this looks really scary. I mean, if you're not sure how to deal with this, so perhaps understandably he plays c5 and bishop here. But what I don't like is that white can always put his knight on d5.
Oh, wow. So he's actually allowing rook d8 anyway. Rook d8, king b7. So why is he not afraid of it? Well, we won't find out right now because knight d5 is on the board. King b7, and yeah, it's kind of obvious that he's going to play king b7, right? And then knight f4, and then bishop e7, but then you take an e6 and go rook d7, but then I go king c6. Okay, so I survive.
Right, but I'm kind of worried, like, after king d7, so after knight f4, I wonder if, by the way, that's also on the board, I wonder if bishop c8 is really bad, but maybe it is. Like, I wonder why.
Rook d8, probably.
Oh, and I just don't see a move here.
Yeah.
I just don't see a move.
e6 might happen at some point.
Oh, yeah,
g4 might happen at some point. I don't know. Yeah.
That looks tough. And yeah, if you're allowing white to take on e6, you're just worse. So, oh, and bishop c8, but what does he want to do after rook d8? I just don't see it.
Well, he has barely any moves after that. Man, this is like not working out very well, is it?
No, this would be really tough because it seems like Levon, to me, this seems like all opening preparation by Levon. Like, if
yeah,
he were
he
to lose
knows
a
what
game
he's
like
doing,
this,
you know?
right.
I have to say, like, I always do find like a game like this to be kind of sad because, like, if you play the Berlin and you draw, well, that's great. But if you lose, don't you have the kind of the feeling like, well, why did I play this? Like, why did I go into an end game right from the opening? I didn't even give myself a chance to play a middle game, and I already took on this worse structure. I mean, because like that's the feeling here is like that he's kind of losing without much of a chance, right? And Levon has plenty of time to figure out rook d8, and he puts it on the board.
Yeah, and now it looks really tough.
Yeah.
I don't know what Hikaru should do. I mean, maybe he has to try knight e7 with the idea that if black gets 2 moves, he wants to go knight c6, hit the rook, and if the rook moves here, you have bishop d7 and the rook is trapped. But I'm worried that white is going to unleash something like e6. And if you take knight e5, and I think you're just getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, your knight can't even move here.
Right.
Oh, that's painful.
And knight e7 is on the board, but e6.
Okay.
I don't see how this is not going to be a blowout.
Okay, so if bishop takes e6, knight takes e6, pawn takes a knight e5, and like basically you can't move anything. I guess because we're threatening knight d7, right? So a knight c6, you can even go
Right.
knight g6 or knight d7. Man, that's bad.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and
time
honestly,
to
this
time to
is
say goodbye to the Berlin. Can we just vote on that now? I don't want to see any more Berlins. Switch to the Sicilian. Like if you're gonna lose, make it exciting.
yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like I feel like had he played any other opening, it would have been a game. Let's say the Caracan. I mean, he played the Caracan
Yeah,
yesterday against Jeffrey, or let's say the Sicilian. This would not have happened. But
right.
yeah, Levon just super well prepared, and it kind of
Yeah,
reminds me.
actually, I feel like the Sicilian is a great thing to play against Levon because he's not really an open Sicilian kind of player, and he's done a lot of these sidelines recently that I've seen with like Bishop C4 and actually Benjamin, I don't it wasn't us commentating, but I think in the last round of the tournament in Romania, we're like, when it was just a very dramatic finish, right? When
Against
MVL,
MVL.
yeah, MVL caught up to Wesley and Aronian, and he wound up beating Aronian in this sort of nice game in the some kind of anti-Sicilian that Aronian was playing against MVL. So like, why not go for that, right? If you know your opponent's not really going to be playing the open Sicilian, why not let them play their Sicilian sidelines?
Right. Someone is saying Hikaru might go 0 out of 9 today. Well, I think that's kind of difficult if you already won the first game. But let's see. Yeah, it seems like a very tough. From the camera, it seems like he's got knight g6 takes a 97, but again 95, and all of the end games are pretty miserable.
Oh, so we're not getting any moves right now, or is he just
From the
thinking, oh,
live camera, it seems like something like this happened, and Aronian took, which you cannot be too unhappy about, because
right?
maybe you can activate the rook, but White can really start pushing on this side of the board.
Yeah,
It seems like
h4,
Levon.
g5, king g2. Okay, they're playing kind of fast. Hikaru is definitely in blitz mode.
Yeah, something like this happened, I believe.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I can see the board in the live position. Right. So right now, a4, pawn takes a4 is on the board, Benjamin, and there's a rook on f8 and okay, like rook f8, rook e3, and yeah, like this. This is what it looks like, bishop a1. Okay, and right now
Yeah,
it's
I mean, he is fighting back. Maybe bishop d4, forcing the rook to go back, and then bishop d4 on the board. I guess you have to go here.
Yeah, he's doing better. He's doing better. He can go rook a8, take the pawn on a2, and actually, who knows? Maybe win this game. I wouldn't say it's possible.
Yeah. By the way, the bad news is also that Fallujah is crushing Jeffrey Zhang. So he has to try to at least, squeeze a draw or something out of here, but bishop d4. I think you have to go here, right? In rook f3 also possible, but the rook looks clumsy to me on the f3 square.
All right, let's see the current position on the board. Yeah, he's still thinking. He's still thinking about where to move his rook. He's down to a minute 40. So why is he thinking? So he thinking about rook f3 or rook e2. So rook f3, rook a8. I mean, he's not going to play rook a3, see? Because that just runs into b5. Okay, well, actually, he did play rook f3.
Rook or bishop b2 and maybe just bishop back, let's say. And how do you defend this?
Rook f4. So he's starting to give up that pawn. All right. What does he want?
You have c3, but you take and take and take and take.
He can go for the b pawn. Yeah. Okay. Right.
And all of that is on the board. I think black has real counterplay here because you keep. Oh, it goes b5. Oh, yeah. This is now a 3-result game. If black can get the pawns running.
Hikaru is playing really confidently at this point, and it does feel like Aronian. Well, I don't know. Is rook e4? I don't get why that rook e4 to go f4. Yeah, probably.
Rook d5 seems like a waste of time. Apparently,
what should he have just done instead? Just king c6.
King up, yeah. And rook e4 is on.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
And there he goes, f4. Yeah, I mean, black is. What was rook d5? He's completely stuck here. He's completely stuck. And
He
white is
played
just
that move
rolling.
instantly. Yeah. Oof. And for Aronian, winning this game is quite important because he only puts himself in like half a point behind Naka.
Yeah. No, I think it's just lost now. I don't see.
Because the pawns just go, right? Like he literally
Yeah.
can't stop them. They just move. You don't even have to have a lot of chess skill to push up those pawns. F5.
I mean, even Chad would win this game at this point. I mean, you just push the pawns. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, well, we need a little miracle here, guys.
I mean, white just promotes first. No, I think you guys would win. Wait, c5. Wait, this might not be the move.
Whoa, he
Uh-oh.
makes a mistake. F5,
Now
B6, B3, F7. Whoa, okay, I don't really know. So F5, right? B4.
Wait, B4?
We gotta go B4, Hikaru. All right. He played Rook C1. Man, that was bad.
Well, just push the pawns.
Yeah. Why did he do that? I mean, there's just Rook F4 here. I'm not. Oh no, he went Rook E1 check. Rook E1. Okay.
Okay, but you're just way too slow.
Yeah, he is way too slow here. I mean, the pawn is not. Okay, so Rook F4, I guess. I mean,
Yeah, he's just.
actually,
No, Rook F4, we trade in B3.
B3.
But I think you just push and take B3. There's Rook E2, C4, and then Rook B2, stopping me from going C3.
Okay, but that's a little tricky. That's a little tricky. He's under 20 seconds.
Oh, he blundered.
He went for this. Okay.
Oh.
Queen Endgame.
It's still pretty miserable after this.
Yeah, but this is the best
wait, but
we had in a while.
It's a draw.
He's like winning the H4 pawn or something. You probably can't save pawns. What about King G3? Okay, King here, just Queen E1, right? Just take the pawn in H4.
Or Queen E2.
Yeah. All right.
Should be a draw.
Well, see, our
Chad is better than Levon.
Amazing. I mean, his position was so losing.
Yeah, it's still a little tricky though, because White's king is much better placed, and you cannot easily trade off the pawns. So you still have to suffer a little bit, but maybe you can bring the king a little closer. Okay, he just parks the king on the A file.
Okay.
Because also for White, it's difficult to make progress because you can never actually capture. So I think you just wait with the king
maybe,
here.
Just King C5.
Wait, you cannot trade. You'll be too late. So White is gonna get this pawn. We're in here for
a
long game. Okay, king you takes with the queen.
We don't really want a long game. We wanted this to be over.
You don't put the king here. That's a really bad square.
Oh man. Well, I gotta say I don't know that much about these queen end games. Where the
No, but the problem is now there's always a counter check. There's always a counter check if you put the king here.
The pawn just goes. The pawn moves, and yeah, they're always blocking checks in the 7th rank, right? It's a bad place. No, man, if he loses.
Oh, he allowed the king up, but it's probably still lost. The king is. You need the king like on A4 or something.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this pawn is moving forward. This is kind of sad.
Why did he not just move the king up at least?
Maybe some chances. No. Oh, gosh.
Got to keep checking.
Queen H5, yeah, like before.
There's no checks now. And now Levon starts checking. No, I'd be shocked if he doesn't lose this game. I think eventually you run into some trick.
Yeah, he really needs Levon's nerves to fail him here, but Levon is playing pretty confidently. How much time does Levon have? He has 23 seconds now. He's like playing instantly.
The one thing he should try, even though I think there's no chance, is that like the moment he's pretty much wait. I think no, but not Queen C7, Queen C8.
Like give up his queen somewhere, like put his queen under attack.
Wait, this is a mistake. But you can't stop the queen from Queen B3. And you get a queen.
Yeah, he got a queen. Wow, and he's still playing, but yeah, now it's hopeless.
I mean, with 2 queens, it's I mean, now there's no checks because you always have this. And there's no stalemate tricks, I
Oh.
believe.
Okay, so it's not going to be smooth sailing today.
Very
Meanwhile, Ali
disappointing.
Reza is still playing. Let's take a look. They've got seconds, Benjamin. Let's see what's going on there.
Look.
Ali Reza versus Xiang. That game is still going on. And trying to figure out who's better. Well, okay, Ali Reza is definitely better. Is he winning? Yeah, he's probably winning. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's winning this game because Zhang is going to lose another bishop and Wei will just be upper rook. But yeah, a disappointing finish there in the game of Hikaru. It seemed that he had saved the draw, but in this position, something went wrong. So King c6 seemed kind of odd to me, but maybe we'll still find out. Wait, I wonder, like, let's say he would have gone king here. How is queen h5? I guess white cannot... I mean, I guess you can take. But okay, now you have a lot of checks. But also, the king is much better placed if you keep it on the fifth. And king b7 was a horrible move. He should have gone king here. Because now, again, there's never a counter check along the 7th rank.
Yeah. Well, how did he lose his pawn in the first place? Like, did he have to lose that pawn?
That felt unnecessary, yeah. And I wonder if capturing the g-pawn would have been safer. So in this position, he could have also gone king e2. But again, you get something like this,
well,
which
king
is
f5,
a draw.
No, can't I go king f5? Why do I need to give you that pawn?
But then I have here.
Queen f3, yeah. And you're going to take it anyway. Okay.
So it'll come down to an endgame like this, which is a draw, but it's still unpleasant because, again, white's going to go here and eventually try to take that pawn. But maybe, since it's an h-pawn, you have better drawing chances than a g-pawn. Yeah, and now it's really tough because he is 4 points behind Ali Reza Firouzja with only 7 rounds to go. I mean, he basically has to beat him now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Even if he wins, he's still 3 points behind. That's huge.
So we take a look at how Ali Reza won against Xiang.
Yeah, so it looked like Ali Reza was just crushing from the very beginning. Went for a very original setup with an early h4 and knight h3, knight coming to f4, and queen d2. Now, some of you might be wondering, like, what is this move? But he wants to go b3 and bishop b2. And then he went for e3 and d4, creating space in the center. And I really like how Ali Reza played this game. Now, he opened the center with d5, and it seemed like he was just crushing from here on out, like, winning the exchange. Or perhaps he had this move. And Black's actually very much in the game. Maybe both of them blundered that. Oh, that is a very nice find. And yeah, here's up an exchange in the endgame. Still some work to be done.
Yeah, but he's up an exchange and a pawn. Yeah, so it's a lot.
Oh, and here too. Yeah, Black has some activity, but if you... Oh, wait, here it does get a little... Okay, but here you get the trade in. And it feels like here you should eventually win, you know, slowly but surely.
You know what game seems interesting? Also, the game between Shanklin and Nepo, because I'm just looking at their final position with Nepo having like a totally dominating king on b3, and I wonder how this ever happened. Shall we take a look?
Let's have a look. So this started off as a Catalan. So...
Okay, yeah, something Sam plays, yeah, b5, queen c3. But, you know, the Catalan, it seems like Nepo knows this quite well.
Right, yeah.
Because of his, you know, preparation for the match. Okay, but I mean, here, what happened? So Sam actually looks like he has some initiative, right?
Right, it feels like white has a slight edge.
Wow.
But somewhere things went horribly wrong for Sam. Perhaps here it already becomes a little bit uncomfortable.
Because the king is actually active, you know?
Yeah. And here Nepo played b3, because if he ever captures this pawn, the pawn on b3 will be super strong. And I think here he already had that idea in mind, which is why he put the king on a4. And he was like, okay, if you go knight e1, I don't care. Capture it. I will go pawn takes and king b3. did move the rook, though. I mean, maybe he could have just invited the sack.
Mm-hmm. But I think
But yeah, he got
eventually
his
he backed somehow. How did he find?
Oh, knight d4. That's such a nice move. You hit this.
Yeah,
And after
beautiful.
takes. Yeah.
Nice domination, right? So, wow, it's like white is just getting faced with knight b3 without any answer to that.
Yeah.
So what can we say? I mean, I think second place at this point would be great, right? Benjamin, it
Right.
is
Yeah.
objectively hard to keep dreaming about first place after this loss, unfortunately. 4 points to overcome in 7 rounds. I just don't know. It really would require a total collapse by Firouzja. That's the problem. It's not so much about how Hikaru is going to play. It's just like, will Firouzja just collapse? Doesn't look like it so far.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah, Hikaru will. I mean, he basically has to win the last 7 games, and Firouzja would only have to score 3. But Firouzja's on a roll. I mean, he's just been crushing the field, so I don't see that happening. And Firouzja is also one of those players who, you know, when he gets on a streak, he's just unstoppable. So, but the good thing for Hikaru is that in the next game, he will be playing Firouzja with the white pieces. So we'll see what he will come up with.
Yeah, I mean, and it's still actually a very tense battle for second place. I mean, that's the thing that in a way it's like there's 2 tournaments going on. There's the battle for first place, which is really going towards one player, and then there's the battle for second place, which is open between a lot of the players. Like Naka, MVL, and Nepo have 15 and a half. Aronian has 15. Xiong has 14 and a half. Even Caruana and Mamedyarov at 14. Like all these players actually are really fighting between each other. They can't really touch Firouzja very much, but they can certainly fight with each other for that second place.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, indeed, the fight for second is wide open, as you mentioned. Like even if you look at Jeffrey Zhang and Mamedyarov in 6th and 7th place, they're only 1 point behind. I mean, with 7 rounds to go, anything can happen. So we'll see how Hikaru is going to approach this next game. I think he's still going to... I mean, he has the white pieces, so he's just going to go for it.
Oh, yeah, he's got, I don't think, any reason to hold back, right? I wonder, you know, yesterday he did say, like, okay, in the beginning of the day, he played this kind of Queen's Gambit against Mamedyarov that was pretty quiet because he just didn't want to, you know, he felt he didn't want to take any extra risks, like with a King's Indian. And later on in the day, he did, you know, play a much more risky way against Jeffrey Xiong. Worked out for him. I just kind of wonder, like, should he just turn to his more risky openings? You know, should he just give himself a chance? Like, even if he doesn't, you know, I mean, just because like that kind of game in the Berlin, it really turns you off from playing that in that style, right? And it's not really Hikaru's style. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think Hikaru should go for original position straight from the beginning. Like, I don't really like, him going into the Berlin endgame. I think, had he played someone like the Caro-Kann or maybe some offbeat Sicilian, he would have given himself a better shot. Yeah. So I think he needs to switch it up a little bit and just sort of try to play chess from move 1. But of course, it is tough when you're up against the best players in the world, right? Like, let's say you go e4, g6. It's not like your opponent's out of book. He still has 20 moves of theory prepared. Yeah.
Well, I am always happy to see Sicilians on the board. For that, you know, who brings the Sicilians? I guess Firouzja, right? It's quite plays out for black. MVL, of course. Is that really the main? I think there was a game. Yeah, Nepo Dominguez, Dominguez Nepo yesterday. He also played a Sicilian. So I would be really happy if we saw Hikaru return to the more aggressive openings in his repertoire. But even the Caro-Kann, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah. But yeah, I think right now he I don't think he's thinking too much about first anymore. I think, to be honest, he just wants to get to second. That's also what he said in the interview yesterday when there were still 9 rounds of Blitz ahead of him. Now there's 7 more rounds and the gap has only become bigger. So we'll see how he's going to approach this game. And the players should be getting in their seats pretty soon.
Yeah. Well, which other game have we not had a chance to comment on from this round? Let's see. Oh, do you want to choose another one? So we looked at this one, Aronian Naka, we saw. Oh, Caruana MVL. That's a big one. Let's take a look.
Right. So before this round, Hikaru was tied with MVL for second place.
And they still are tied.
Right.
Because they both lost.
It gives away the result, yeah.
Yeah.
They went into this position where white generally should be a little bit better due to the better pawn structure and the bishop pair. But it's okay. I like how
it's funny because this looks like a French defense, but it totally isn't.
Right, yeah. Like the Petrov can sometimes go into a French exchange, and yeah, exactly as you mentioned, they got that French structure.
But it looks very it looks comfortable. It looks comfortable for black. I mean, I see the computer kind of liking white, but I would say I certainly wouldn't be upset at black's position here.
Yeah, no, for sure. Black's position looks pretty solid. So let's see what went wrong for MVL. Okay, I would say maybe white's even a bit better here because the d4 pawn can be weak. White's king is a little bit safer.
That's the queen and the knight, the famous power of the queen and the knight. He found a good plan. Look at that great repositioning of the knight to head towards f3.
Oh, this is a nasty move, yeah, 95. Because also after a move like bishop e4, D3, there's yeah? d3.
Yeah.
So he went here. He traded. And now he made a terrible blunder. He should have played something along the lines of f4 to bring his king in. And if you take then bishop d3, locking that knight out of the game. But instead, he played bishop d3 first, but now knight b2 by Fabiano, hitting the bishop. And if you move, there's d3.
Oh, wow.
d2,
you can't stop it at all.
No, you would have to give it the bishop. So Fabiano won that game. And as we speak, the players are getting ready in their seats. Here we have Hikaru Nakamura, the Pineapple Man against Jump Man. Is that what his shirt says?
I hope he's, you know what, I feel like it would be really a success if he just beats Firouzja. Because Firouzja hasn't like lost to anyone in the Blitz, right? So if just winning against him, I think is already a kind of victory. It's like, you know, at least like a moral victory. And I hope Hikaru comes very angry after that last game. I hope he has, you know, hasn't really enjoyed that experience in the Berlin and is going to like bring something more aggressive to the board for this round.
I think so too, yeah. So we see him looking at the side. He's saying like, what opening am I going to play? Is it going to be e4, d4, c4, his knight f3 stuff? Yeah,
they already had the game in the rapid where Firouzja, you know, he seemed pretty comfortable with black against Hikaru's setups, kind of clearly had taken a look at them. So yeah, if I would be Hikaru, I would also be thinking, what to do now? Should he go d4 and let Firouzja play the King's Indian, which Firouzja could do? It's in his repertoire.
Right.
I think maybe I would just do that. Maybe play d4.
Well, I think he's not going to play the King's Indian. I think he'll play the Nimzo, just keep it a bit more solid, especially because Hikaru plays the King's Indian himself. So I think he will try to avoid a theoretical battle, so he'll play something like knight f3 or 1c4. But again, as you mentioned, Firouzja also had a look at those systems, it seemed. So it's not going to be easy. 1a3, I would be surprised. But maybe something like c4, e5, a3. That's what he played against Nepa yesterday.
Yep. So the players are waiting for the game to get started. I guess there's actually 1 more minute left.
Let's pull up the game. All right, and we should be getting underway any second now. And there it is, 1 knight f3.
Shaking hands. So he goes for his usual stuff. Now this position is looking very familiar. I'm trying to remember why. It's not exactly like their game from, it's not that, well, now it's not their game at all from the rapid.
Right. I believe he had this against Andraken in the finals of the RCC. In that game, Hikaru played d4, takes, and Andraken played bishop c7, a good move, because if you take everything on c6, then black has queen d6 and wins the game. So you cannot take that pawn, but instead Hikaru plays knight at d2. Now, if I recall correctly, I think this is pretty much what happened, and I think Draken had a good position, so I wonder where Hikaru has an improvement prepared. But he's thinking right now.
Yeah, so is he going to play g3 here or f4? I guess both moves are possible. Like f4 is kind of not a very typical move for this structure, but the bishop on d4 is anchoring the e3 pawn pretty well. So I would say, it's possible. But yeah, as soon as you play f4, they'll go bishop b6. They'll try to trade that bishop, and that pawn might just be a weakness. So he played g3.
Yeah, and bishop a5 blitzed out by Irina. He's clearly still on book, over 5 minutes on the clock. a3 by Hikaru. But yeah, it's definitely a bit worrisome that Irina is blitzing everything out. Now let's see what he can. Oh, bishop takes d2. He's going for a light square operation against the white king. This definitely looks a bit scary, I should say.
So queen b2, knight g5, bishop e2. I mean, those are the likely moves to happen. I suppose he can also play queen e2 to try to cover f3.
Yeah, I think this.
Yeah, that's also quite possible. He did play queen e2, yeah.
Okay, so let's see what Alireza will do. I think now, no, rook c8 still played quickly, bishop to d3. These two bishops do cover a lot of ground, but again, your king is kind of weakened. Bishop f5 by Alireza. So if f3, he has this. Take, and at least you have a draw, because if queen g2, you trade and win the bishop back.
Yeah, and on king h2, you could try to win with rook c6.
Right, yeah. Let's show that line real quick. Then maybe, yeah, just let's say trade, and then rook c6 indeed wins the game. So he played.
Overall, I can't say like I dislike White's position so much, except are there? He just played queen g6, so he's threatening knight g3 as a really big tactical threat. So, and rook ad1 is bad because of what? Is it knight c3 that could be a little bit of an issue? I mean, knight c3, okay, yeah, you'll have to take, you'll have to give away your beautiful bishop. But what else is wrong with rook ad1?
I wouldn't be too worried about knight c3, because here we no longer have to worry about getting checkmated.
Right.
And white should be fine here. But I'd be more worried about Alireza playing a move like h5. Just keeping the pressure in the position. He's just going to go h4, slowly chip away here. I mean, again, ideas like knight g5 are very much in the game. And also, Hikaru's down 2 minutes. And Alireza clearly studied this. So rook e1, again, I think a move like h5 is it's just begging to be played.
So he played rook fd1, and of course he wants to play, well, I would say he wants to, but f3 must be one of his ideas. Yeah, h5, and that's the move that Alireza did against him in the rapid, but he didn't do this right now. He played knight g5. Okay. So reasonable move, targeting the light squares.
Wait, I'll tell you what move Hikaru is looking at. He's looking at this, taking the pawn.
Oh, wow. Does he like pawns that much?
Generally, he does, yeah. From my experience of playing against him, he's generally a pawn grabber.
Wow. That's scary. I don't think he'll be taking that pawn. Well, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. Willing to bet $1.
I mean, actually taking it is something else, but he's definitely looking at it.
I would be thinking about how to protect my king. That would be my big dream. Wow, h4 is not the most obvious move. Yeah, in a way, h4, bishop d3, rook d3, knight f3, king somewhere.
Or maybe queen takes. Can I force the queen? Or I guess you give it check.
Knight f3, then the king has to go to like f1.
And then maybe queen g4, and the problems are still there. Yeah. But maybe you take with the rooks, But again, then there's knight f3, so it looks annoying. And also maybe Alireza just wants to go bishop e4. And
what did he do?
f4.
f4. Ooh. Wow, the computer hates that move.
That looks pretty gross.
Why does he hate it so much, though? Is it So bishop
I
d3,
mean,
rook d3, knight f3. It's because the queen is going to e4 and you still can't take the knight. So it's a bishop d3, yeah, rook d3, knight f3, king g2, and queen e4, and your king's coming under attack, but you still can't take the knight.
yeah. All right, let's see. I mean, something along the lines with bishop d3 and knight f3 looks really good for black. Because you really just enter the white position.
Yeah, and he's 2 minutes behind on the clock.
Yeah, looking tough for Hikaru. I mean, even let's say knight f3, forcing you to take, and then good luck with all of the weak light squares. This is definitely not a lot of fun for white.
Yeah, that's true. So Alireza just has lots of pleasant moves.
Yeah.
I think he will find this bishop d3. He's a very tactical player, and he's got tons of time. You see how calmly he's sitting there just calculating. Like he's not in a rush because he knows he has the luxury of trying to find the best move now.
Indeed, but even someone like knight e4 looks unpleasant for white because knight takes g3 might be a threat, bishop g4, or just h5, h4, and he has captured on d3. Hikaru takes with the queen. Okay, wait, but what if check? I mean, if you go king up, there's check, take, check
queen h5
here, and mate.
Checkmate. Oh wow.
So I think
is like a machine in these positions.
Wait, the game is already over. King g2, knight e1, you resign. King h1, rook c2, you resign. Knight e1, it's game over.
Oh wow.
And he's not gonna miss that. Oh, but he is thinking.
He's thinking, but he's gonna find it. I can't believe that he's not. I mean, he has like 2.5 minutes. Like he will find that. Hikaru knows things are bad.
He is probably thinking about rook c2 because, like, if you see knight e1, you see it immediately. I'd be surprised if.
It's also really nice. I mean, it's not like it's a lot worse, you know. It's not. There's not a big difference there.
Yeah, so he missed it. Okay, so Hikaru has to give it the queen here. I don't know. This doesn't look like enough, and perhaps rook c8 is a really nice move by Firouzja. Not grabbing the pawn first because then white can take the c file. But now I don't see a move for white. And again, queen e4, rook c2 is an idea, or just grabbing this pawn.
Yeah, there's definitely not enough compensation. I mean, when your king is that weak and there's still a rooks on the board. This is the first place guy. No shame in losing to him. Well, Don the second, I bet, Hikaru is not gonna share that feeling. I mean, it's not a shame in losing to anyone here, but it's not gonna feel good. It's not gonna be much of a consolation.
Yeah, no, it's a tough game for Hikaru.
Did Hikaru just walked into prep? Yeah, I mean, well, Alireza has shown that he's really well prepared against these Hikaru's pet lines, and we kind of got that in the rapid as well. I feel like he should have maybe switched things up against him, but unfortunately, we don't have this call a friend, Benjamin, where they call us up, and asks us for our opinions.
He could have given us a call, in between the round, like, hey guys, what do you think I should do against Alireza? He didn't do that, and now he's in trouble.
That would be really cool, like doing a Zoom call like that during the tournament and having like the audience like privy to this conversation. It would have been actually pretty nice.
Right. Yeah, no, I don't like the fact that he played the same line as he did against Andrekin in the RCC. And in that game, Andrekin seemed well prepared, got a good position. And here Alireza was well prepared and just got he just knew it a little bit further than Andrekin, and his position was just crushing out of the opening.
Yeah, so it was hard for Hikaru to play.
He will definitely have to work on something.
Yeah. It's really peculiar how Hikaru can go from having the best day yesterday to such a poor start today. It's really not, guys. Blitz is like it's a game. It's a form of chess where the dynamic, the trend matters a lot, right? Like you have a bad game, like against a Ronin, and then you play someone who's really in form, and let's say you don't have any special opening preparation. You have another bad game, and then you might get upset, and things are moving like pretty quickly in the wrong direction. So I don't really think it's like that peculiar. I mean, it doesn't, mean that like, he's a much worse chess player than he was yesterday. It's just so far it's been rough, and I think the openings haven't worked out. I feel like, right, Benjamin, it's really the openings that are the problem.
Right. Yeah, no, 100%. But by the way, this game is not over. He's still fighting. I mean, he does have some sort of fortress, although I don't think it's a real one. Black can try to walk the king up the board all the way to g4 and then try to infiltrate the white position. But look at Alirez's clock. He's down in 19 seconds. But as you mentioned, Blitz is just a super streaky game in the sense that, if you win a couple games, maybe you get lucky, you can really get on a streak. But if you lose, it can easily go the other way. And let's hope that's not the case here for Hikaru.
Yeah. Well, I'm seeing that Xiong versus Shanklin looks like it's going to be a draw. Nepo versus Mamedyarov looks like it's going to be a draw, most likely, even though White's up a pawn, actually. And yeah, but still, yeah, draw is the most likely result. And so, really, we just have Caruana Aronian. Do you want to take a look at that? Because, I mean, this is kind of like we know how this is going to end.
Well, I mean, let's take with this game until it's over. But Queen F3 is a good move, and I guess now King H5,
King H5
to G4, and I don't see how you're keeping the position together.
Yeah, well, I guess you got to go like Rook G. I mean, he might even try to win the A3 pawn at some point, I guess.
He goes, I think it shouldn't be too worrisome for Hikaru that, I mean, of course, the position is lost, but I felt like bringing that king up was more effective. And, they're both on the clock. Stranger things have happened in this life.
All right. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's like, it's not actually the end quite yet.
Oh, wait, it's H5, King G3. I mean, he is probably going to lose, but it's not completely over just yet.
Yeah, because Alireza now has like less than 10 seconds.
Exactly. Bishop C5. I mean, it's not that easy to break through,
Yep. And they've already repeated a couple of times. Wait, are they just making a draw? No. Okay. Alireza declines a 3-move repetition. Okay.
Yeah, and I'd be shocked. I mean, maybe at some point a threefold happened, right? He now gave
the picks up the A3 pawn.
Okay, but again, like this bishop holds a lot of pawns together.
Yeah.
But now you can never move your bishop back. Queen F1.
Rook D2.
Looking tough, but it's again not over just yet. You just have to keep setting and praying. King G4 though. Now it feels like black is really coming through. Rook A2.
Yeah, but now okay, Queen G3, King F and H1.
And that's going to be all she wrote because you're getting checkmated.
You're getting mated. Oh, Hikaru's so upset. Yeah, I know. Well, it took Alireza a while, but actually Caruana and Aronian are still like, they seem to be finishing the game. And how did their game finish exactly? It finished in a draw.
A draw, yeah.
So all draws except Vache beating Dominguez. We can take a look at that because it looked kind of beautiful. Looks like an aggressive attacking game.
Let's have a look. Wait, sorry, which game? I bet.
This is Dominguez versus MVL.
That looks like a crushing win for MVL. MVL decided to switch it up by playing the Huracan. And yeah, I always find this line pretty interesting, right? Because white has more space, but all the pieces are on the board. Black has some breaks with C5 sometimes F6. Sometimes you push your pawns on the king side.
Yeah.
And eventually things kind of exploded over here with MVL sacking a piece in the middle of the board, but he gets 2 pawns and maybe a third one and an attack. Although around here it feels like black doesn't have enough, right?
Looks like white has protected his king, yeah.
Right, but f5
Now it
was a
looks
nice
better
move.
again because now look, those pawns got ironed out, and those those pawns look really impressive.
Exactly, and black still has pressure towards white king. King h7, nice move by Maxime, very calm and collected. Ooh, and here he
Yeah,
really got the pawns
he's
rolling.
really good in these sharp positions.
And
Oh,
I guess
oh,
Lenye made this
f3.
move and
Yeah,
flag, but
you couldn't take the pawn on e3 because of checkmate on h2. That's important. The knight was pinned.
right. Yeah. So he played rook g1, and either he resigned or flagged because black can take everything and then go rook f2 and wins the game.
So Benjamin,
So
can we comment on how hard it is to get opponents out of prep at GM level? It seems to me that Hikaru is usually very good at it. Huh. How hard it is to get opponents. Yeah, these people know a lot at that level, right?
yeah, they know a lot, and as you see, yeah, with Farouk, it seems like he knows everything. But again, it seems like Hikaru was playing a sideline, but it's a line he played more or less a week ago in the RCC finals against Andrekin. So he just has to do something he hasn't played before, because already for a while he's been messing around with this knight f3 and e3 or knight f3 and b3. So he just needs to get back to the drawing board, figure something new out, and then go from there, because it seems like these openings he used to play before don't really work out anymore.
Mm. Yeah, or maybe it's one thing to use them in like Title Tuesday, right? Or some tournament where someone is not preparing specifically for you. But Ali Reza knew he was going to be playing Hikaru today with the black pieces, right? And he's already played him in the rapid. So people here are able to prepare more, right? So your sidelines are not really a bit, not really unexpected for them. That's why I was thinking maybe he could like switch it up and play d4 and just see what Ali Reza's got there. But I guess I just feel the last two games, I think Hikaru's losses have been very much opening related and not so much just like his chess play related. I mean, yes, of course, there is like Ali Reza showed like really good play, and it wasn't all preparation, right? Like there was obviously some things that he had to figure out. But overall, like if you had to weigh how much of these losses were due to opening, it's too high, right, Benjamin? Like you don't really want your losses to be, due to the opening at all. You'd rather it all be decided, by your own play in the middle game.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I think also in Ali Reza's game, a lot of it was prep, but after that, he also knew the plans of the position, and that's where you really elevate your preparation to a higher level, not just by remembering the moves, but just knowing what kind of plans you should follow. And Ali Reza knew that perfectly, and that's why he won that game in such crushing fashion. So he will have to switch it up. Also, that game against Levon, he just got a lost position from the opening, so he will have his work cut out for him. But we are gonna be taking a very short break, you guys. But don't go anywhere. There's still 6 more rounds of Blitz, lots of exciting action ahead of us, and we will see you guys at the other end of this break. And welcome back, everyone, to the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Hikaru just came off a tough loss with the white piece against Elias of Russia, but fortunately, we still have 6 more rounds ahead of us. Irina, right now, he's playing with the black piece against Sam Shanklin. What do you expect from this matchup?
Oh, please don't play E5. There you go. Look at that. He heard me and he's trying something else. And I think that's just what the doctor ordered, just switch it up. Of course, this is a little bit of a dubious line. But I think, he just can't afford to get into some big theoretical battle against a well-prepared player like Sam, and he's got to take it to more unfamiliar territory.
Yeah, so I like the approach here, just trying to play chess, getting an original position from the very beginning. And he has a ton of experience in this line, with his online blitz games. But I wonder, after this move, knight gf6, what is he planning after g4 from Sam? Sam castles instead. The one thing you always have to be careful of in these positions is that at some point you want to stop h5, right? But if you go h5 here, then you allow white to go knight h3 to g5. So I like the fact that he played knight at b6, because let's say white plays a move like king b1, right? Like now I think h5 is fine. And after knight h3, I think we should take the knight. So I think that's how he should approach this position. But bishop h6 from Sam, that looks like a tricky move.
Yeah, he just wants to trade, tries to make it hard for black to castle. I mean, castling here runs into h5, right? Typical thing. And then you can't take on h5 because of rook takes h5 and queen g5. So that looks extremely dangerous. We see these ideas in the dragon opening a lot. So, wow. Did he just go bishop f8? Oh, he is really playing with fire. Is that move on the board? Yeah, it's on the board. He did it. Okay, well, I mean, it's unorthodox for sure.
And rook takes. I don't know. Okay, he goes knight h3. Now he can decide to give up the bishop for. I think what he will do is he's gonna do this and then go e6 and hope that it's somehow kind of solid. But the problem is you've also kind of exposed your queen side. So where are you ever going to go with the king? But he does take on h3. Now let's see how he will follow it up. Now, he follows up with h5. At least he's solidifying the position a little bit.
Do you think he wants to go rook h8, king f8, king g7? I mean, it's not the craziest thing. It doesn't look very good. I agree. And at some point, white's going to play e5. Like, I think already right now that white has blocked the d file and there's no queen trade, now already you got to look at e5. So this is a little bit of an issue, right? It's like when you play this way, of course, it's like literally the polar opposite of how he played in the other games. Like, you're choosing something very dubious from the opening, taking on a lot of risk just to get this sort of more new position for both sides. But yeah, I mean, it is risky.
Yeah, for sure. So he just played the move e6. I think it makes a lot of sense, because let's say he played a move like c6. Now white has the opportunity to go e5 and e6. And if you take, white takes here, so he's stopping that. But Sam expands with the move e5, knight d5, and f. Oh, wait, what? Why did the knight go back? Huh. And f4. But hey, after d5 now, all of a sudden, how is white going to... Yeah.
I'm so excited. We're in a French defense, Benjamin. We're going to play c5 and the center's totally closed. The knights are perfectly positioned. Yep, that's what we need. And this is like why I guess, I mean, look, I know when it works out well, then you look real smart, but honestly, that's the dream, right? Is that you finally get a position like this and like your opponent is forced to play on his own and lets you into the game. And actually, I do wonder about the king. Like, can't you just play rook h8, king f8, king g7, or is that just a stupid plan?
I think that makes sense, or perhaps long castles. But the one thing, I mean, maybe long castles, king b7, and then c5 makes sense, but he goes c5 right away. After this trade, I mean, although actually if you go long castles there, then you have to be very careful that white suddenly doesn't move the bishop out of the way and goes rook c3. So let's see how Sam will continue.
Well, now he's going to put on king e7. I think now he'll just lay the king on e7, right? Like, why does he need to now go to g7? I think e7 looks Well, you have to watch out for f5, queen g5.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
an issue.
Mm-hmm.
But the king, yeah, the king is a residual problem. I really don't love castling queenside, Benjamin. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
obviously now you can't really do it because there's always like rook c3 ideas. Oh, but now after c3, okay, now it feels better because the rook is blocked from going to c3.
Yeah, so he did go queenside castles. Now I expect him to put the king on b7, where it looks more or less safe. Then maybe rook c8, and eventually try to do something on the queenside. The question is what, but I feel like Hikaru is definitely more comfortable in this position. I mean, he's got the experience, like I said earlier, in Blitz in these types of positions. And also, I mean, he's got the two knights, which definitely gives him a lot of room for maneuvering.
Yeah.
b3, now this
Yeah,
pawn's kind of
b3
weak.
was meant to stop knight c4 because black had like basically an interesting setup. Like, let's say king a7, rook b8, rook fc8, knight c4, and it would have been hard to tolerate that knight. So he played b3, which makes some sense.
Mm-hmm.
Black goes.
Sam goes rook h1, bring the rook back. He did have this move, but I guess black would always be fine there because you still keep some sort of blockade on all of these squares. Now he could also perhaps drop the
Yeah.
queen back. This rook has to keep defending this pawn over here.
Yeah,
And
knight
then knight
c5.
c5.
So what do you think the idea is? Like he wants to trade on d3 and then what? Like, and then maybe bring the other knight to e4, knight d7, knight c5, knight e4?
I like that plan a lot. Yeah, maybe just trade on d3, and as you mentioned, knight d7, knight c5, and knight e4. Because you hit the pawn on g3, the pawn on c3. Perhaps this queen can come flying in, and it feels like white's under a lot of pressure there.
Yeah. So right now, okay, he's thinking. What is he thinking about? There's nothing really that interesting for him to do. Okay, rook b7. Like what was the
But
big
what is...
point of that?
I have no idea.
He's just
I
trying to do
don't like that move.
maneuvering. Yeah. I
Because
mean,
also Sam is gonna go c4 at some point.
yeah, or not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe if you take, if the knight on c5 is going to hang enough, like maybe Sam could even do that. Yeah.
Bishop f1,
Ooh, yeah,
tricky
he
move
should
by
have taken that.
Sam.
He should have taken that knight bishop. That bishop could be annoying because now bishop g2 maybe.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because also, what are both of these knights doing, right? I feel like they're
Yeah.
kind of stepping on each other's toes, where if you trade off one knight for the bishop, then the other knight can go to e4. But, I mean, not both knights can go to e4, right? So it's tough. But he is up almost a minute on the clock. Bishop g2, I guess now you step out of the way.
Yep.
Although, then you step on this diagonal.
So maybe king b8.
Right. Goes knight d7.
Okay. I mean, c4 is not happening at least.
Right.
But yeah, I think black has like sort of missed a good chance to take that light squared bishop, which is not a bad piece for white at all in this position.
For sure. So queen e2 by Sam. Now let's see. How is he gonna make progress? There's also this plan of trying to trade the knights. I don't know if that's so great. Maybe although I don't think a4 is something you have to worry about, but he goes king a7, defending queen e3, king b8, and I wonder what Sam is gonna do. So he's just gone queen e2, queen e3. Do you think Sam is just gonna shuffle back and forth and tell Hikaru like, okay, show me the plan?
I think that's what he's gonna do. He has less time, and he's already shown himself unwilling to play c4 when he had a chance. So I don't know. I don't have a feeling like he's going to be upsetting the balance too much here and trying to get in c4 with a time situation, especially.
Yeah. They're moving back and forth, but I'd be really disappointed if Hikaru just takes the draw here.
Yeah, well, I don't think he will.
5. I don't think he will either. No. Rook b7.
He's trying to go a5. He's trying, but it's hard because there's so much pressure on the b5 pawn, and if you move your knight to a8, I mean,
But even if you go a5, right? Like what's after that? So knight b8, I like that plan better. Maybe knight c6. Try to trade off the knights, and then perhaps new possibilities open up.
Yep, knight c6, bishop e2, and then can you even trade? I mean, not really, not yet. Okay, queen.
So Sam keeps the knights on the board. Queen a3, nice move. I think now if you get 97 to c5, all of a sudden, things could get pretty scary for white. Also, king b1, there might be like a knight jump.
Yeah, sometimes knight a5 as well.
Yeah, I think this is definitely on his agenda now. And he's up 2 minutes against 40, or he's up 2 minutes against 40 seconds.
That's a nice little cushion.
So all the ingredients are in place for a win here. Knight a5, threatening knight takes b3, which would end the game on the spot.
Knight d4.
Knight d4 to defend.
Right.
Knight c6.
Okay, so he just repeated moves just to make Sam waste a little bit of time.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really good in these types of positions where he just shuffles around, he keeps the pressure on the position and on the clock, and eventually hopes his opponents will collapse. Maybe now this maneuver? Yeah, and there it is.
Oh, and also at some point he might be able to sack on b3.
Right,
perhaps.
Yeah. Or maybe someone like b4, trying to break the position open.
It's unpleasant now for white, yeah. The problem with white, like not really doing anything, is that Hikaru was able to improve, and I like that he kept the queens on the board, because you always want to keep it maximally complicated when your opponent's going down to 20 seconds, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Like knight a7,
and actually, wait, if he moves the knight, exactly, how do you defend this pawn?
Yeah, you don't.
Knight, I don't like that move because he's going to win this pawn, but white is knight g5 at the end. But 17 seconds for Sam Shanklin.
Yeah, knight g5. Why was knight a7 better? Of course, it's hard to know, but...
Well, maybe real quick, like at the end, maybe there's b4, knight b5 to a3.
Knight b4, you have a mate, yeah.
There's knight g5 for Sam, and how do you defend this?
Yeah, that's really
but 3 seconds, knight d4, that's not the way to go. Okay, how is Hikaru going to increase the pressure here? He's got 120 against 7 seconds, and he's up a pawn. Rook c7. Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't win this game, then everyone is getting banned. He'll be pretty upset. a4 played, you cannot take en passant because then you hang the rook. Queen c5 apparently allows this.
Okay, but no one's gonna find bishop g6. Don't worry, no one's gonna find that.
Sam just hung b3.
b3 is nice,
but
you always have rook a3 check. And
but what do you do with the king a2?
Oh yeah, what do you do after that? Rook a3, king b2. Oh, it's a little tricky.
I mean, you give another check, king b2. I don't know. Maybe you sack the rook and you win. Right, but it's not easy to calculate on 40 seconds.
It's not so easy.
But he is looking at it. Is he going to go for it? And he's reaching for the rook. Monka,
Well,
and there he goes. King a2, rook a3, king b1, and queen a5.
Wow, he is sacking it. Wow, good for him. That's amazing.
Very impressive.
The winning line, and he's threatening mate. And now, what is it? Rook b3.
Rook b3.
Wow.
But white has the 2 rooks. Okay, not over yet. You can give a check, but king c2 defends the bishop. 4 seconds for Sam, 27, 30 for Hikaru. Queen a3, and knight b6. Great move. Bring another attacker into the game. 2 seconds for Sam. Knight. Oh, and he blundered the knight. It's game over.
Oops. And he resigned. Okay. Well, there you go. Hikaru gets back on track. I think he made a good call in changing up the openings and kind of realizing like that strategy wasn't working for him with those super solid openings. And, yeah, it was kind of messy. The opening did not look good for him, but ultimately he did get a good position.
Yeah, no, I like the change of strategy, right? Like he really played to his strengths, not going into a theoretical battle against Sam, but he just played the modern, just like you would in any other Blitz game normally when he's just playing regular Blitz online. So I think that's just what he has to stick to. And yeah, it worked out great at the end. I mean, the opening looked a little shaky, but at some point I really liked how he maneuvered his pieces and put the pressure on Sam.
Yeah. And actually, let's just show that sacrifice again. Yeah, like how he sacked the rook. That wasn't obvious to us at all.
Right. Yeah, very impressive on like 40 seconds. So in this position, he was already up a pawn. And he went for rook takes b3. King e2. Now it feels like black's in trouble because your queen is under attack and your rook as well. And if the queen moves, you lose this rook on c7. But he gave another check, and now went to a5, sacking the rook on c7. But if you take, there's queen a5, queen a4.
Yeah, it's very impressive, right? So like, let's just see. So the threat right here. Let's let our audience think about it. How about this one, Benjamin? A little bit of tactics training. What is black's threat in this position, guys?
Yeah. So
I feel really proud of myself that I noticed it.
So let's say white makes a move. What do we do here?
Yeah. What exactly is the way into the black king? All
King
right.
h7 seems illegal, but hey, maybe if you go off the edge of this board, you end up on that side.
Okay. Yeah, I think we got a few people who got it, like Fatal Futility, gave us a nice move, 2 moves in a row. Awemaha. Yeah, rook a1, guys. Check and checkmate. So that's the threat that he's got on the board. Let's go back a little bit. So how can white defend against that? That's why he played queen b2, which actually makes sense, right? There's just nothing else because the king can't escape, but then he's losing the queen. By the way, rook takes d3 would have been winning too, right? I mean, because you're already, you have a ton of pawns for the exchange and you're still attacking. So that would have been another option, but sure, winning the queen is good.
Yeah, I think rook b3 was the best move because after rook takes d3, perhaps there's still knight d4, stopping rook to b3, and things are still a little bit messy, right? Like here, black's attack might fade away, and all of a sudden maybe white can create some counterplay with the rooks. So I think rook b3 was great. Just winning the queen, and you still have a big attack against the king. So 7-1 knight d4, good move. Now it takes, queen a3, good move. Because if you start with knight b6, then there's rook a1, and all of a sudden it's white who's taking over the attack. So he gave a check, forced the king away, and now knight b6. And with this knight jumping in as well, and all of white's pieces being loose, it feels almost impossible for white not to blunder something.
Yeah, those 2 knights of blacks are doing a pretty good job of protecting his king, right? And not letting white's pieces really get too active. So right now the threat is, well, actually b3 is the threat, just forcing the knight to go there, but Sam kind of did it for him. He just put the knight there, and then the king can no longer protect him after queen a2. So it's time to resign, as black's gonna have too much material here. Nice game by Hikaru, I think. I hope he keeps that up. I hope he just takes on more risk and, see where that gets him, because he does need to take some risk to get back to second place, which I think is still very feasible. If we look at the results now, well, he's tied for 3rd. So he was tied for 5th. Now he's tied for 3rd with Nepo, still half a point behind MVL. And, well, what can you do with Ali Reza? He just keeps on winning.
Oh, he won again. Yeah, I mean, Ali Reza is in great shape. He's just crushing the field.
Yeah. Shall we take a look at his game, Benjamin?
And actually, yeah, I was about to say Ali Reza has almost won the tournament because he's 4.5 points ahead with how many more rounds? 5 more to go.
Yeah, 5 more to go.
Let's have a look. So he played Levant, so he played the English with a3, a little offbeat line.
Yeah, he's been doing that this tournament. It's been popular.
Yeah.
He's actually going into the Sicilian. I did go. Oh, he went queen c2, not d3. Okay.
Yeah, I think he's just really enjoying these Sicilians. So he figures, like, why not play them up a tempo with white? I do think Levant should be completely fine though here.
Yeah, it looks like if white plays d4, what's just happened? He just blundered a piece. Did he really do that? Did he? Oh, it's not a grandmaster move.
Yeah, and this is clearly not gonna work. But I mean, you're just down a million. You're just not, yeah.
Well, an interesting game also looks to be Mamidiara versus Xiang.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, a piece is, of course, a lot. You don't really recover from that usually. So let's see Jeffrey with the black pieces. Jeffrey, by the way, has been holding himself really well in this tournament. He's in 5th place, so that's definitely great to see for him.
Yeah, all that practice on chess.com seems to be paying off. He's
Exactly.
a regular,
So here,
yeah, the Title Tuesdays and the Rapid Chess Championships.
yeah, I do think White has a very nice position here, though. I mean, he has the big center, the 2 bishops, and a half open g file to work with. But something along the way went wrong for Shaq.
I would love a position like this as White.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I like c5 by Jeffrey, creating counterplay to c8, f5. Oh, apparently White could have sacked the rook here.
Oh, let's look at that. That's so beautiful with bishop h6 and queen f7. That's like Sicilian ideas, right?
Oh, that is so pretty, nice. Yeah.
Wow, that's brutal. I'm glad we took a look at this game. So that's just mate coming, yeah? Like there's just after queen f7. How are we mating? Oh, I think there's a mate. Hold on. There's like, well, we're actually threatening rook h1. Let me just show the beautiful checkmate. Rook h1, king g5, rook h5. And well, okay, I hoped that your king would have to go to f4 for my checkmate to happen on f5, but it seems like you can go back to f6, right? So maybe that's not
right.
Maybe that's not quite it. But hold on, I think we can get a checkmate here. They're also
well, black is still in a move here, but I think like check and queen g7 is pretty is checkmate.
And and queen g3 next, yeah.
Right. And let's say black goes here to stop that. Another nice move would just be f4. Boxing in the king. Yeah, and good luck stopping this.
Yeah, that's nice. Is that a common idea in Sicilians? Well, okay. Is it in Sicilia the common idea? This exact one? Maybe it's not exactly a Sicilian I'm thinking of. I know there's certain openings, like where can something like this be seen, Benjamin? This type of bishop h6, deflect the king and bring out the queen to like, I mean, I don't know. Do we see that in Sicilians?
Not so much, but we got an interesting question in the chat. Someone asks, how many distinct lines of preparation does a GM usually work out in a day's work before a tournament? So usually what you try to do is you try to prepare many different openings, and usually that can be like 5 different openings against one opponent, and you try to go very deep in every one of them.
Yeah, it depends on what level you're preparing at, though. Like, I don't think I do that usually, Benjamin. I don't usually have to prepare 5 different openings. I actually would never do that because, like if my opponent plays 5 different openings, like I'll just pick the main ones, like maybe 2, and then the rest is like, well, that's up to, that's up to destiny, like because otherwise you're gonna tire yourself out, right? So, you definitely got to balance that, right? Like, that's actually a skill, actually, is learning how to conserve your energy so you're not wasting it. But I mean, those guys, yes, I mean, they do actually have to spend hours reviewing their things very deep. Like their level is just different. And preparation will look different at every level, right? Like it definitely looks different for me than it would look for Benjamin, that would look for those guys, and like for master level and below. I mean, and as you go lower, there is no preparation. You just play with what you know.
Yeah, no, exactly. And yeah, like their preparation sometimes is insane. Like they have so many lines covered, it will literally blow your mind. Like every line might be covered till move 30. And with white, they will always have some sort of novelty here or there to try to get their opponent out of the book. And with black, they just try to cover everything to try to equalize. But yeah, this was a big missed opportunity for Mamedyarov. Instead of that, he took here. And this was a very nice move by Zhang. Like now he's distracting the rook from the g file, so he doesn't have to be as worried anymore about getting checkmated. Of course, the position was still very tricky. And here it still looks good for Mamedyarov, but here white is still better, but he just hung a piece.
Oh, wow. He thought the bishop couldn't be taken or something?
I don't know.
That's surprising. I mean, yeah, he could have just played bishop h6 and life is still good, even though he's down a couple of pawns. But black's pawns are tripled and white has a nasty pin on the d file, attack on the b7 pawn, the threat of queen g3 as well. Two bishops. I mean, yeah, so Mamedyarov, I mean, they are kind of giving sometimes these gifts, right? That you don't expect
Right.
at this level. Like, I mean, because Queen G3 is like a really big gift. It's not just like a bad move.
Yeah, no, it's just a full piece. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he, in his mind, he had already played this move bishop h6. Because yeah, it's a very nice point. If white goes here, then white has the idea of although it might not work here.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say black plays something like b6 to defend this pawn. There's always the idea of queen g3 check. And if you block, now you expose your bishop and white can take it.
Yeah. Actually, Benjamin, can we look at Queen C7 for a second?
Oh, yeah.
Trying to figure out. So Queen G3 immediately doesn't work. And why is that? Because of knight G6, Queen D6, Queen C2, and you win my bishop on E2, but then I mate you with Queen D8. So even like, hold on, let's not make any moves. Let's try to figure this out, a little tactical exercise.
Oh, wait, there's Queen E8 at the end.
Oh, you stopped the checkmate. Okay, so Queen G3, let's show that then.
So check, you block, or actually, you
actually,
block
there's knight.
here.
Yeah, I noticed that there's also knight G4, and you can attack the bishop on H6. Yeah.
Right, and I think the point behind that one, although
so
like
knight D6, here, Queen D6.
So
Queen C2. Oh, it's Queen
I think
F6.
we do.
It's
at the end, yeah.
Yeah, it's Queen F6 somewhere. No.
Well, we give a check here.
Yes.
And then we take. And if Queen E5, then we have this again.
Wow. So all of our pieces working together for that checkmate. That's pretty nice.
Right. But actually, after Queen C7, so this doesn't work for white, it seems. And actually, because of that theme of Queen takes F6, black goes knight G4. Because now if we take... Oh, wait, actually, knight G4 hits this. I forgot. But this line would also work for black, because now this pawn is always protected.
Yeah.
But the winning line for white after Queen C7 is rook takes D6 first. And this is always what I tell my students. Like, if you have the right idea, but you can't work out the line, sometimes what you have to do is flip around the move order. And that's the case here, because if black takes, now we go Queen G3 check. The knight will have to block, and then we take the queen, and we win.
So this game had a lot of cool tactics. I mean, Mamedyarov definitely had big chances to win this game, and then he just hung this bishop in one move. Quite unfortunate for him. In terms of other games, we had MVL draw Nepo. That's kind of a big result. And we had Dominguez. Can we take a look there? I mean, I know it's a little not nice to show more of his losses, but like it seemed like an interesting way that Caruana ended it. So what happened at the very end? Did he lose his? Is there a queen was being lost at the very end, or?
That seems to be the case. Yeah, they had a real low pass. Very typical stuff. Fabiano was on the white side of something similar against Diane Arditsky at the recent US Championship. And so it seems like they're having a normal game, perhaps white being a little bit better because he has more space. But I like what Fabiano is doing, creating counterplay on the queen side. But anyway, they got this position. I feel like black is doing fine. The rook creates counterplay along the second rank. Bishop c8, creating this knight maneuver. And the position was completely fine until my only explanation is that he touched the bishop. Or what or do you think he played bishop d3? He thought, okay, I'm hitting this pawn, and then all of a sudden, oh shoot, I'm hanging my queen. Yeah,
he was like, oh, I don't want Mamedyarov to be the one with the biggest blunder in this round. Let me overtake him. Yeah, that's a little shocking. I wonder what happened there, because you know, when the rook went to a2, it's like you don't really forget about a rook like that, right? It's not the kind of piece that seems very stealthy there in a2 on your second rank. So very strange. So Now, guys, we are on to round 5 of the day, and Naka is going to be playing Shaq. Yesterday, they had a really boring game where Naka was black. What is Naka going to do? Is he going to play his usual knight of 3, e3, b3? Or is he not happy with that Fallujah experience and he will move to something completely different? I don't know. It's a good question.
I think he will do something similar, but not the exact same thing. I mean, he cannot do the exact same thing after he just lost the game straight out of the opening. So I expect him to do something like c4, command with knight f3, whatever, just take the game out of theory.
Well, he came out with knight f3, yeah, and so they're going. Is it going to be like some kind of a King's Indian? I guess so. Yeah, knights where Grunfeld. I don't know if Mamadera will be playing d5. Interesting sideline by Naka. He's just not putting the knight on c3. Okay, so they are in a kind of King's Indian position.
Yeah.
White pawn is on e3, yeah, instead of e4, of course.
Right. So this is also one of his systems that he likes to play online. The point behind white delaying knight c3 to circle back real quick is that if you do put that knight there, is that black can always play d5, and now if you take, this knight can trade itself on c3. Whereas, let's say black goes d5 here, now we can take, and actually very often white goes e4, and this knight has to move back, and white has a big center and some more tempi. But we have other developments. Shaq took on more of a King's Indian type of position, but I think Hikaru is a little bit better here.
Yeah, that makes me happy. Bishop takes d4 for sure, not e takes, because then they can play even d5. All right. Well, it's solid enough for black. White doesn't have much of a space advantage as the c4 pawn versus the d6 pawn. What would we like to do here? It's it's not much of an advantage, I would say. It's not that easy for us to play f3 and e4, even though I might like to. Queen c1, interesting. He wants to put the queen on b2.
Yeah, I like this move. Together with the bishop, they will combine. They will have quite a bit of pressure along this diagonal. Also, perhaps you want to put one of these rooks on the d file, because now the pawn on d6 is a little bit weak because it no longer has a neighbor protecting it. So I think Hikaru will just trade on g7.
How about trade and play e4? Do you think e4 is like an idea, or do you think it's just like not necessary to put that pawn on the light square?
Yeah, I think it's an idea, but perhaps it's better to keep it in the position, you know?
So he went knight f3. Okay, so if bishop takes, he's definitely taking with a knight, and then that bishop gets hit. Okay, so he's trying to say d6 pawn is a problem. Queen e2 seems like the obvious move, although it doesn't really threaten anything. Knight e1, wow.
Knight e1 to me seems kind of odd. I guess he wants to go queen b2 and prepare f4, but
yeah,
I mean, after queen b2, black can always play a move like, let's say, bishop f6, right? So after f4, you go knight d7, and black should be fine.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weird move. Like, what's the future of that knight? I mean, if that plan with f4 doesn't work, then the knight will pretty much need to come back. But okay, I mean, it's a question for Shaq, right? Bishop f6 or d5? I don't think so. What, really? He played d5? What happens on f4?
Oh, do you want to do this? Hikaru plays c5, anchoring in the bishop. Let's have a look real quick what would have happened had Hikaru played f4.
Well, indeed,
there's knight g4, because in case it takes, you get checkmated.
Yep.
And if you take here, then black takes here. So back to the game. So c5 was on the board. Rook e8, again, f4 runs into knight g4. Or black can really go anywhere because he takes here. But b4 was played by Hikaru, strengthening his position on the queen side. And notice that, again, he is up a minute on the clock.
Yeah, he's trying to play this kind of patiently, although I feel like black's position... Okay, queen f8. It's kind of move that makes me rather happy. It does feel like a passive move. And white eventually wants to push through b5, right?
Yeah, but the drawback of b5 is that black will take at the open a file. Also, c5 gets a little weak, and you're far away from creating real pressure against his pawn on c6. Now, I think Hikaru should have played h3 at some point, because you want to play knight f3 and not have it be met with bishop to g4, which is what Shaq just did. Because I think after the trade, he will go knight d4, but then black can trade the bishops. And white might still be a little bit better with b5 coming, but I think black should be completely fine.
Yeah, he's holding that c6 pawn. Of course, the knight on d4 looks really nice, and I mean, I would prefer to be white here. Maybe, how do you try to win a position like this? Yeah, rook a1 makes sense. Also, I would say rook b1 makes sense. Pawn c6 and rook b1 makes sense. It doesn't feel like a lot, but like, also I mean, b6, maybe rook a1 and b6, rook a7. That's interesting.
Yeah, that could be a tricky idea.
That, you know?
Yeah, and then
They
black has
get
to decide,
very
like, does he
sharp,
go...
you know?
Right. So let's see what Shaq will do. Hikaru is up 40 seconds on the clock. I think he could also consider taking a rook a6. Maybe that's why Shaq played knight at c4. And now the knight is no longer defending this pawn over here. So maybe Hikaru can come up with some sort of idea.
Yeah, Hikaru needs to watch out. Wait, hold on. He needs to watch for like ideas of queen d4 in general, you know, like, because that could be that could be quite painful. Losing a knight to the
queen c2, moving out of the way.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely think he's a little bit better.
He needs to watch out for
trade.
This e3 square, but I guess nothing. Well, okay. He's actually...
You can take him back, but are you winning that position is the big question. I mean, I think in Blitz, you can try. I mean, there's nothing better.
You have to, right? Because you just don't have a lot of ways to protect c5.
I mean, knight b3 is kind of sad. So I think you have to just go for this position. And white is a little bit better. So I think he will.
Yep, it's not much. It's really not much. White kind of wishes there were more pawns on the queen side, at least more targets, but...
Yeah, but I mean, there's still, both sides still have a queen and a rook, so I think he can definitely try, and he's reaching for the c6 pawn, so there he goes. Okay, and knight d4 now has to be played, and Shaq goes rook b8, it seemed. Okay, he wants to go rook b2. Now, rook b1 really limits the position too much. So he goes knight f3, it seemed, judging from the camera. Now, this would be too risky, because I guess like a check and queen c3.
Yeah, I guess there are still chances here, right? Like there's even maybe some chances to play against the black king if they're not so careful. And I think there's a realistic chance he could win this pawn and we could see some sort of a knight endgame 4 against 3.
Yeah, I think there's a chance. Yeah. So he goes queen d3, hitting this. Now Shaq has to decide how is he going to defend. He goes queen b2. All right, I guess maybe rook d1, and Hikaru went queen d1, it seemed.
Queen d1 looks a bit weird.
Yeah, knight d6. And now I don't think you're even better with the knight coming to e4. I don't see how you can keep the game going here. I mean, you have to move the queen out of the way, maybe rook f1, but black is so active that it's really difficult to imagine black being worse.
Wow, he's bringing all of his pieces back to the back rank. Knight e1.
Knight e1.
Knight e4, knight d3. Okay, so that's the plan. But yeah, certainly the knight on e4 is looking impressive, and now Hikaru is going to have like trouble attacking the d5 pawn. But black can even play d4 if he really feels like it, just to liquidate the center.
Yeah, d4 might just be a draw, but you'll have to deal with moves like rook c4. d4 has just been played. I mean, take stakes. Actually, after that trade, if anyone is better, it might be black, because he is the slightly more active position. A little bit of pressure towards f2. So perhaps maybe Hikaru will have to be a little bit careful in this game. Yeah,
he looked unhappy about that move d4. I was watching his expression. He kind of shook his head. I don't know why. It's a very typical move. I don't know why it upset him so much. Like, he probably knew he wasn't really better, right? So he shouldn't, he seems very disgusted, but like the reality was it's not like he's been better for like a while here.
Yeah. I mean, if he wants to make a draw, I mean, I guess he could play someone like queen e1, trade. He reaches for the rook. He goes rook c4, knight c3 by Shaq.
He's kind of playing with fire, don't you think? Like, it seems a little like he wanted to keep it going, but it's a little risky.
It seems risky, yeah. But I guess after check, there still is king h2, and if check,
g3?
Check, I guess you go g3. or maybe even f4.
Wow.
And I mean, if you take this, then the knight also is loose.
So he's really doing his best to keep this alive. Wow.
Oh, black has a funny move. Black can go rook e8. Because if you take, then there's check, forking the king and rook. And if you take, then black takes here and wins the exchange.
Yeah, and likely wins the game. Yep. Rook e8 is interesting.
Right.
But definitely like a very like a risky looking way for Hikaru to like, try to keep the game alive, even though the computer engine finds it balanced. But you know, they're just like more. There are definitely tactics in this position still.
Exactly. So 130 piece, approximately. Let's see what they will come up with.
Yeah, Mom and
Check
Dad,
thinking
I'm not
here.
sure what to do. He keeps reaching for
No.
something, then putting it back.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I think you know that's a skill also, right? To try to keep the game alive, take on this risk. I mean, I definitely admire Hikaru for doing that.
Yeah, he's reaching for the rook, and I feel like from the way he was reaching for it, okay. Oh, he goes rook e8.
Ooh, Hikaru, I don't think he likes that. I think he might have even seen that coming.
Yeah. Nice find by Shaq, and now I don't see how you can like.
So now
what do you even play here?
You can't take with the pawn on d4. Why not? Rook e2 or something, or no? I don't know.
Well, I guess just knight e2 and takes here.
Okay, but that's okay. That's like a safe option for Hikaru.
Right. You can do something like this, but rook d8 just holds the balance.
Yeah, you're not losing, and that's important. So he has that.
Yeah, but if the rook takes d4, you're not losing on a spot because after knight takes, you probably still hold a draw if you keep the knight on the board, but it's not what you want. You go h4. Wow. I don't know. To me, that looks rather weakening, but he's really, trying to keep this game going. Okay, queen a. Wait, takes. Oh my God! Takes, check, knight e2, threatening checkmate. Takes.
Wow.
Holy frick! And that has just appeared on the board. What a find by Shaq.
Oh man, Hikaru, he looks so unhappy.
But the good news for Hikaru is that it's not the end of the world. I mean, you have a knight and 4 pawns against rook, but rook b8, he's trying to go rook b1 and go for a checkmate. Queen d3, I feel like the endgame should be a draw, right?
Yeah, he needs to get himself together here and just calmly defend this position, which is not fun. It's definitely not fun, but...
But how do you defend here? Rook d1 is a huge threat. Apparently, the only move is knight h3. So
knight g1, yeah? I think he did it.
Great find.
Wow.
But another move could be, he goes knight g1. He could have maybe also given some checks.
He really wants to get the queens off the board here, but it hasn't been successful yet. This is going to be very exciting. 25 seconds each, but okay. I mean, Hikaru is not playing for a win here. It's really just about whether he can hold his draw. He played with fire a lot in this game, right? That h4 move, like he didn't have to do that at all.
Yeah, and Shaq found some great moves. Okay, now he traded the queens. King g2. I feel like if you get, let's say, king f3 and knight at h3, you should hold, but it's still uncomfortable because this pawn on e4 is kind of cut off from the chain, but it should be fine.
Yeah, because actually, if you play king f4, knight f3, right, it kind of looks like a. Okay, he didn't want to.
It looks very harmonious. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But again, this pawn is a little weak. Maybe you put the knight here now.
Yeah.
But black has ideas of f6 and g5, maybe. It still involves some suffering. Yep. Unless, Shaq blunders a rook out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, we know that that's possible.
Right, yeah.
Right?
Wait, what do we do here? g5 is coming. I think that could be a real problem. Also because you're pinned. Uh-oh.
Okay, well, he didn't
knight f4 now is a good start, forcing black back. And also the problem for black is g5 will always hang this.
Right, so you just got to do something else, like maybe king somewhere. Okay.
Wait, but if you sit, wait, what do you play here? Knight d5, there might be this.
Maybe just king d3. Maybe just king d3.
Play knight d3, okay. But this pin.
Rook g2, king 4. Okay, fine. At least
Setup
it's
for
hard for black to
d5.
play g5.
Right, yeah. Okay, so knight d5, put the knight on the stable square, I think. Knight d3. Maybe he's hoping that check will forget that the rook is hanging. Rook b3.
He wants to go g5 probably somewhere, right? Or not. He still doesn't really want to go g5 because
I guess knight e2. Maybe g4. I think g4 is a serious option to try to trade off some pawns.
yeah, it's tricky though with like 10 seconds.
Right. Okay, so now, okay, we got this position. I feel like with the knight coming to f5, this is weak. Some pawns are getting traded off. Okay. This should be a draw, but
Yeah,
still
knight
tricky.
f5 and like h5, h6, try to get that pawn there, right? So that
Knight f5, I guess king g6, stopping knight h6.
yeah, and then
Okay,
you just
king
sit.
g6.
So now black just doesn't really have a way to make progress.
Check, check. Maybe check again. But
Yep.
it's still tricky because e4 is an isolated pawn. And Shaq can try to capture it. Knight d5. Okay, king g6, I guess.
Knight f4. King h.
King g7. Okay, knight e7 apparently is the only move.
Wow, why is knight f4 so bad? I don't know. It's
Okay, they're
weird.
shuffling around. It's tricky. Evil bar is showing zeros, but Hikaru sometimes has to make only moves. Okay, check him. Okay, now back.
Yeah, so f5 is the key square he needs to stay on.
I don't know what happened. It seems like someone lost on time, or maybe Hikaru is claiming a draw.
Huh.
Wait, what happened?
I think they are discussing that repetition, possibly, right? Because nobody flags, and maybe they're waiting for an arbiter
Let's
to come
see.
over.
Let's see what we can figure out here. So, with a knight coming to f5, is that a threefold? Oh wait, he flipped over to.
What happened? They're showing some kind of replay, so that's ones. Okay. Wait, what
Wait,
happened?
what?
Yeah, why did Hikaru? Because the knight wasn't in the right square or something, or I mean, I don't really understand what's going on. There's an arbiter there that, let's see. I wish they could show us that replay again because I didn't understand what that was. Like Hikaru was reaching for his move and then he stopped the clock or something, right? Shaq was in check by the rook and moved the knight. Is that true? No.
Wait, can they show? Okay, wait. Let's see it again. So rook, the rook fell over. Because in Hikaru is like WTF, but there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Right.
So I don't know why.
Yeah, why is he stopping the clock? He thinks because the knight's on the wrong square and that's like Shaq's fault or something. That Shaq should have adjusted the knight, like because it's not in the center of the square.
Or is he claiming? Aha, he's claiming a repetition.
Okay, so
let's see. So that's pretty impressive. So let's see. So apparently, so he's claiming that after 97, it's a threefold. So we had not here. So with the rook on f3, apparently this is 1.
Okay, 1.
And this is 2.
97. Okay.
Very impressive find.
Okay, so show us again, a little slower.
So here on move 83, Hikaru played 97 check.
Okay.
This is 1.
Yeah.
This is 2.
Okay.
And going forward.
Ah. And he's claiming 3 move, right? It is. He's right.
97 will be a threefold.
Yeah, he was right. Nice job, Hikaru. Man, I mean, what an exciting game.
Yeah. Well, people are wondering, like, how did he remember? I think because they had a repetition here, maybe he knew, like, aha, if you ever put the rook on f3 and the king on g6 again, I can claim a draw in 97.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. And he's still in 3rd place. He's actually in clear 3rd place behind MVL. That was a really important half a point that he just got. He's just only half a point ahead of Nepo Xiong and 1 point ahead of Ronin. So at this point, if my math is correct, Fallujah is 5 points ahead of the field. I mean, that is pretty crazy, don't you think, Benjamin? 5 points? Like, there's still 3 rounds left.
Yeah, so he has already won the tournament. Absolutely insane. But I think there's still
4
4 more
rounds left.
rounds.
4 rounds.
4
Yeah,
more
yeah,
rounds to
yeah.
play, yeah. But yeah, a 5-point lead over the field. That's pretty dominant. And by the way, also, Alireza Firouzja has now taken over the #1 spot in the World Blitz rankings.
Wow. Well, I mean, with this kind of play, I mean, not that surprising, right? Just been really confident. And we actually have a little bit of time before the next round. So we can take a look at what happened in his game. He won again against Caruana. Let's take a look.
Right. Let's see. So Firouzja had the black pieces. Okay, so it was an English opening. And they went into this line. I think here black already has a fine position. And I like how Firouzja played it. He just slowly develops his pieces, brings everything, and c4, great move, breaking open the queen side. And now knight takes c4, what a great tactic, because if you take everything, the bishop will be hanging on b2 in the end. So Fabiano threw in this intermezzo, but it feels like Firouzja is just better here. He has the better structure. Some weird stuff happening here. Fabiano is sacking a pawn, but the question is, does he have enough? Like, he has active rooks, but he is down a pawn. And now knight f6, Firouzja activating his pieces, king g6, nice move defending this pawn over here. And it looks like Fabiano's about to lose his second pawn. Okay, knight d5, great move. Aha, knight d5 is really nice, because look, if you take the pawn right away, white takes here, and he has 2 rooks on the 7th rank. So Fabiano goes knight d5 first. He's forcing white to take with this rook, because now white cannot take with the f rook anymore. And the rooks are kind of standing in each other's way. Now went into a double rook endgame. Apparently this would have just been winning on the spot.
Rook h2 and checkmate, white. Yeah? Or h5,
yeah,
then checkmate on f2, yeah.
Right. But they went into this endgame, which feels like a draw, right? But it's tricky, because sometimes you can push the pawn all the way up. And since this pawn is weak, like if you bring the king around, like if white's losing it, then you have the passed e-pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you play g4.
Oh, that was really bad. Why?
Apparently he could have taken.
Rook a6, and is it king g5 or something? Or
right, and you win a second pawn.
What is the prize for second place? It's $30,000. So it's 40, 30, something like starts. The countdown starts from those numbers, guys.
Indeed. So if he comes in second, he can still take, an entire chat out for dinner. But yeah, king e6. Yeah, as we mentioned,
well, I don't know. We actually
e-pawn.
have a lot of viewers, Benjamin. I'm not sure he's going to be able to afford that.
I mean, like $1 for every viewer. He's a generous guy.
That's not really an amazing dinner. It's a very, it's like one piece of food, maybe some potato chips.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't have it all. You can't have it all. What can I say? At least you guys get something. Be grateful for that.
Yeah.
99-cent burger.
Yeah, if you guys do well and Hikaru gets clear second, I think we'll talk to him about that dinner.
Everyone gets a chicken nugget on Hikaru. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. We'll ask him. We'll ask him after the tournament's over. All right.
Let's take a look at the standings. He is right now, so he's in 3rd place right now. 3rd place, just half a point out of 2nd place, and there's 4 games remaining. So really decent chances for him to overtake MVL. And plus, he's still got MVL to play directly. They play later on in the day, as they did yesterday. you know, these 2 days are basically mirror images of each other. You're playing the same people in the same order, just with different colors. So we know that he played MVL towards the end of the day, and that's what's going to happen today as well. And right now, let's see which pairing we are going to be seeing in this round. It's going to be Naka versus Dominguez. Okay. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Did I skip around? Yeah, I think I skipped around. It's not yet Dominguez. It's going to be
Vache, MVL with black.
Yeah. Okay, so there we go. So he is playing him now. Well, that's a really big game for second place. I really think if you want to send some flower power, that would be for this game. That's huge.
Exactly. And yeah, I'm really curious what.
Yeah, he can figure things out against Dominguez, right? Who's having a horrible tournament, but it's much more important to get past a second place player.
Right, and really curious what he's gonna do with black against MVL, right? I mean, the game with black against Levon was quite a disaster out of the opening, and the game against Sam kind of worked out, but it felt a little dicey, right? So, is he gonna stick with a modern, or is he gonna go the Berlin again, or something else, like I don't know, the Caro?
Yeah, well, Caro Vachier will probably play the advanced Caro. I think he can try for the Caro. I don't know if it's such a great idea against MVL to go for the Berlin again. I really hope he doesn't. Yeah, I don't think he's going to go for the Berlin. That's my bet. I'm willing to bet $1 on that.
Yeah, I'd be surprised because also MVL is a guy who likes to go into the end game. Also, he has some ideas generally in the rookie one line. So I'd be surprised if he goes into the Berlin. I think he has to try to switch it up again with, yeah, maybe a modern or something.
Yeah, a modern.
Hikaru talking to. I don't see Hikaru talking to Lenye. Right.
Talking to
someone is saying they're willing to bet me, huh? Well, that's interesting.
Is talking to someone on staff. Well, I don't know who he's talking to right now. I don't see. I think is that MVL in the yellow t-shirt talking to Fabi? That's what I see.
Yeah, that's MVL. That's MVL and Fabi talking.
This feels, by the way, like they're
chair.
playing in a different place. Do you know that? This doesn't look like the usual place in the chess club. Something is different, and they must be playing in the diner. That they really.
They're not playing in the diner. They're playing at that place across off Alburo Loco. Do you know where that is? The Mexican place.
They're playing. So okay, so that's like a new part that they've just acquired, right?
Right. Yeah. So from what I know, the club is renovating. So right now they're having this place temporarily until November or something like that.
Oh wow! I wonder if we're going to be playing the U.S. Championships there. That's going to be a switch of 10 years of playing in like one place in one room to playing somewhere else.
I think it might still be in this location, but you kind of wonder. It looks a little bit like you wonder how 12 boards are going to fit in there, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's big. I'm sure they can do it. It's not as cozy as the usual place in the chess club, I gotta say. And yeah, so Hikaru is at the board. MVL just got up.
Right. So yeah, the good thing about this location is that if they are done with their games, they can just go to the Mexican place, enjoy some margaritas, and just forget about chess. Right.
So how many times have you been to St. Louis, Benjamin?
Well, I went to college there, so a lot.
Okay, so you spent a lot of time there.
Yeah.
Now remind us again, which college did you go to? Was it SLU?
St. Louis University.
Yeah, you went to SLU. Oh, okay. So that's with Alejandro Ramirez, right?
Yeah.
As the coach. He was your coach while you guys were while you were studying.
Kinda, yeah.
All right. Does Irina still compete? Yeah, I can't believe you've forgotten all my big tournaments this year. Clyde 2 times. I'll actually be playing. Well, I just finished the Olympiad a couple of weeks ago, and I'll be playing in the U.S. Women's Championship again in a month. I got to start preparing for. It's
Yeah,
a month and a few days away.
that's awesome. Yeah, you have 8 titles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yeah,
that's pretty
the
cool.
chat seems to know.
Right. And do you know is he can does anyone in the chat know is Hikaru going to play the US Championship as well?
Oh wow, that's a good question. You know, I haven't found out who is on the list for the guys. Um, Irina, did you like working with Hammer? Yeah, I've liked all the people I've worked with actually. I mean, you know, the people who get invited to work generally tend to be great commentators. So, I mean, you know, I've enjoyed them all.
Right. E4. And he goes for the modern again. All
All
right,
right.
so let's see what is gonna happen. And by the way, people are saying that he is not playing the US Championship. Does anyone know why, or he just doesn't want to take that much time off?
Hmm. Yeah, so he's not playing the US Championship, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
that's
were saying
sad.
he's busy.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I think your life's in a pretty good place when you're too busy to play the US Championship.
Right. That's unfortunate.
But it is a kind of unfortunate for his fans and um yeah, just from, you know, like American chess fans who want to see him play.
Right. And in the meantime, this game might just transpire into a bit of a Sicilian as Hikaru went for a
Yeah.
very early c5, bishop d2 by MVL. Should take knight c3. I guess now knight f6, followed by short castles. And I don't know, I feel like both sides gonna be too unhappy about the outcome of the opening. Maybe white's a tiny bit better, but almost all of the pieces are on the board, and I feel like black's doing pretty okay.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we can be pretty happy about this position for black. And it looks like a Sicilian, basically, some sort of Sicilian dragon. Well, with white having castles short instead of long. And yeah, it seems quite reasonable. You have to be a little careful. Like, I don't know, if you put your knight out to c6, is your queen going to be in trouble? So, wait, did he really do that move? Oh man, if he did that, like, I'll just be super shocked. Is that really on the board? Um, yeah, that
Wait,
seems like
what?
it's on the board. Like he played e5, which is just a weird move, right?
That seems really weird. Yeah, blocking in your own bishop, weakening the d5 square. I mean, maybe he was worried about e5, or, like another thing he could be worried about is something um, like, this structure, right? And the
Right.
pressure towards the pawn on e7. But I think it's really difficult for white to achieve. So I'm very surprised that he just went
Because
pawn e5
e5
and
looks like the most anti-positional move. It honestly does look at like I've had so many of my students who are like learning to play the Sicilian play the move like that, and I have to explain to them, don't block your bishop. Like when you got the
yeah,
dragon bishop, you don't want to block it.
right, yeah. Yeah. Same here. Yeah, bishop c4 by MVL playing on a d5 square. This looks like a really nice position for white. I mean, d6 is weak. You can potentially
Yeah.
put the knight here. I don't really see an active plan for black. And I mean, generally these positions are not too bad if you have the bishop on e7 defending this pawn, but the bishop on g7 looks so dumb right now. And white can decide, like, does he want to trade or keep the bishops on the board? And MVL goes for bishop e3.
I mean, I guess like it's like very strange what he did, but I guess objectively the position isn't so awful at the moment because he does have the b4 square potentially for his knight. That's really important that white's pawn is not like on a3, I think. He can play also black can't play a5, right? So he just stopped bishop g5, which is also an important positional idea. And he wants to go like rook f d8 maybe. Okay, no, he doesn't. Okay, first he wants to protect the pawn. He still might want to go rook f d8, knight b4. Okay, it's a little hard to get in, right? So, yeah, it's not so easy to get to play d5.
Right, yeah, so he'll probably have to put one of the rooks on d8. I assume this one, so You know, your rook is on the open f file in case of a trade, but I mean, sometimes you might want to put the rooks on d8 and c8. And actually, black might be doing okay here, especially if you get in the d5 break, maybe knight e7, because then your bishop on g7 sort of has a purpose again.
The problem, though, is that you can never really move your knight from c6 because of a5, right? Like a5 is a very annoying move, threatening bishop b6. So it's not like so obvious to me what black wants to do, but at the same time, well, what does white want to do? Let's take a look at knight d5. Is that a move at all, or we just, yeah, actually, I mean, it seems like a move, but there's probably we just take with what, bishop?
Yeah, with the bishop, because if we take the knight, we end up in a fork. But I think after bishop takes, pawn takes, and let's say knight a5 hitting the bishop, and in case of bishop a2, there's knight c4. Black, I would prefer black here. I think black is doing perfectly fine. And we'll just play queen e2.
Yeah. All right. So queen e2. Now, oh, there seems to be some sort of tactics here that are really interesting. Starting with a move knight takes like e4, or bishop takes b3 at knight e4. So that's really interesting. Let's take a look at that.
Right, so let's see.
I guess the idea is to sack a piece for the center pawns and try to play d4. The question is after d5, knight c5, like where exactly is the compensation knight c5? I mean, it's not, that obvious what you're getting for the piece, is it?
Yeah, no, I mean, the knight moves out of the way. I mean, the computer wants to do this and claim like, okay, you have enough for the piece, but to a human, this is impossible.
Right.
So Hikaru just plays rook d7 and rook c8. I like the idea, yeah. He's activating his pieces. All right, so let's see what is gonna happen.
Yeah. All right, so rook c8. And I think that's a great challenge, you know? Win one, get 10 subs. I mean, honestly, you think I'm going to be insulted at that? I'm not. You know, I think, you know, that would be a good challenge. I mean, Hikaru has beaten really good players 10 games in a row. So do I think it's like that easy to win a game off him? No, I think it'd be pretty good if I manage at least that. So, okay. But good try there. I mean, I know you expected me to break down in tears, but maybe next time. All right, bishop d5. Right. And I guess we'd be taking that, rook takes, and then what? What do we have? Like knight b4?
I think we have knight e7, and we're just d5? In time. Right, or yeah, or with d5, but I was thinking maybe also queen c4, or let's say queen c6 with a double attack all of a sudden. And MVL does take with the rook knight e7. Okay, if the rook moves, he can go d5 or queen c6. I think that's a pretty nice choice. And yeah, you guys, I mean, we were pretty critical of that e5 move of Hikaru. Now, some of you guys might be like, okay, who are you guys to criticize Hikaru? But it's objectively not a good move. So, of course, we're here to call that out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we said something very radical. He did put like a pawn in front of a bishop and block the bishop on the long diagonal, you know, which is really like traditionally known as not a very good thing to do when you go for this pawn structure as black with a d6 and e5 pawns, like usually have a bishop on e7, right, to protect that pawn. So it is a very unusual like concept to play e5 when the bishop's on g7. It's much more an exception than the rule of how you want to play these positions. But anyway, guys, let's keep going.
Yeah, but to be fair, it has worked out for him.
Yeah, that's the good part, right? So it really doesn't matter if his move wasn't that good, because now it's all looking good and he's winning the pawn on a4. He's going to be up a pawn, and yeah, I don't know. Vacher seems to have been thrown off balance by all of this.
Right. Yeah, so he can take the pawn b3 by MVL. Okay, now MVL will either get c4 or knight to c4. So, I mean, if Hikaru can get d5, I think his position is very, very good. But MVL still has something to say before Hikaru can get that push in. So let's see, first of all, where he's going to go with the queen. And also, he is up 30 seconds on the clock. So the ingredients are in place for another win here and to take over second place.
Yeah, that's right. Because he can overleap. Overleap. What's the word? He can leap over. He can leap over MVL with this win. So really big opportunity. So now where is his queen gonna go? Okay, they're down to 1 minute, so let's focus on this. So if he goes to b5, what's the advantage of that over c6? I didn't really understand, but okay.
b5, great move.
He's got some pins going on. So wait, like on knight b6, there's pawn takes e4, isn't there? Wow.
Oh, that's a very nice idea. And the queen on e2 is hanging in many lines. And also someone in the chat pointed out, who is chat to criticize GM for criticizing Hikaru? Well, Corgi King, who are you to criticize chat for criticizing GMs for criticizing Hikaru? Think about that.
I think the idea is that, we should just, not criticize anybody. But we're not. That's the thing, guys. We're not criticizing anybody. We're just like talking about the moves, right? Which is kind of
so you are criticizing people that criticize?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I'm criticizing people who criticize. So I fell into the trap myself. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now Hikaru is trading pieces down. He's a clear pawn up in the end game. So that is looking pretty good. Now, how about a queen d5 or knight d5? Either of those look pretty good. And then f5. And very shortly, like I want to see f5. I think I want to see f5. Like it seems like a pretty good move.
Well, I'm wondering, does white have knight takes c5?
But then bishop takes. Oh, and c4 you have?
Oh, but there's knight f4 and you still hit the queen.
You don't have.
Oh, but also there's queen a5. Check here.
Oh, when the queen.
Bishop h2.
Yeah.
But the game. Okay, he's up a pawn here. Bishop b8, tricky move, but it looks a little off. Where's he gonna go though? Up like a couple seconds. Okay, f6. Maybe now knight d6 by MVL. Yeah, and there it is, hitting this pawn. b5. Okay, maybe c4 now, setting the c pawn in motion.
Yeah, he needs to kind of improve his bishop. Maybe bishop f8 shortly.
Queen a8, great move. He's fully, let's see what Hikaru's gonna do.
Yeah, it's not easy to guard that
seconds. a5. Aha. If takes queen c6, so king h2 by MVL, but now a4. And the a pawn starts running down the board. c4, maybe open up the bishop. Knight d3, hitting this and stopping c5. Queen d5.
Nice.
Knight b4. Oh, and knight c6, and all of a sudden this bishop is getting trapped.
Nice.
Uh-oh.
It's looking.
I think this is going to be a dub for Hikaru, and he'll take over second place. 5 seconds.
Did MVL even make his move on time? Yeah, he did. And I got to c6.
a3, this a pawn keeps running. 6 a2.
And queen a7.
Wait, how do you stop it? And queen a7. Forcing the queen to passive. Oh, he's won a piece somehow.
Okay, he played f5.
Could be a win. Not completely over yet. Still some.
Yeah, but pretty winning. He needs to get his bishop into the game somehow.
Okay, I mean, maybe with like, queen f5 and e3. Yeah, that's the way to go. And takes knight f3. Ends the game.
Winning the queen. That's beautiful. Nice job, Hikaru. That forced resignation. Well, that's another example of a game we want to see, right?
Yeah, great game by Hikaru.
How he did this magic after he played this e5 move, like in the end, like it just looked so easy.
Yeah, he was like, okay, all right, let me go e5 and let me, shut off all the criticizers that criticize this move and etc. etc. But a very important win, and as we've seen the standings, he moves up to clear second place, half a point ahead of MVL and 1 point ahead of Nepo. With 3 rounds to go, let's see if he can hold on to that spot.
This round was very decisive. We have Ali Reza winning again. We have Dominguez, winning for first time in a while. Happy for him. And we have Shaq beating Levon. So yeah, very decisive round, but fortunately the game that we were focusing on went in the right direction. And we can take a look at a few of the games before we go on break. For example, we got Shanklin versus Faruja.
Right, so this game started off as a Catalan again, and Faruja also went for this line with pawn takes c4 and c5. So going very topical these days. Shanklin going for the same line as he did against Nepo.
Nepo, yeah.
And here, 95. This seems a little risky by Faruja. Sacking a pawn here potentially. He got his bishop out. Now here, bishop e7 apparently almost wins for white, because there are some tricky tactics like rook c7, knight c6, and you disconnect the rook from the bishop and you just win the game. But Sam just developed, and now black is more or less okay. e5, knight g4 already would have given black a big advantage, because you cannot move the bishop, because then you hang the knight. But e5, knight c2. Here, Shanklin was still better, but oh, he blundered.
Oh, he blundered that rook takes c1 and his knight on d2 is gonna hang, so he was forced to take with the f pawn. Oh wait, let's show that slowly again.
Oh,
the blunder
right.
was what? Like, what was the actual blunder? Or was it?
That you cannot.
Rook fd1 was the blunder, or
yeah, rook fd1.
So
yeah, like let's say you make him.
Yeah.
Knight b3 gives white a nice advantage. But he played rook to d1, and now Faruja takes, because again, if you take with the knight, this knight on d2 will be hanging in the end, and pawn takes is of course really ugly. And Faruja just went for it with knight at g4, sacking this pawn over here. Oh, and rook c7, great move. If you go queen b6, is there this? No, there's not.
No.
But oh,
it kind of looks like there could be, but yeah, rook queen c8, and you just pin white on the c file, and that knight is really hard to save, isn't it? Because bishop e4, I mean, there's even knight takes e3. Yeah. Oh, sorry, not knight takes e3, because the queen is protecting e3. Knight of 6, yeah.
Yeah, so he went queen a4. Now queen c8 again, using this pin. Knight at f1. b3, disconnecting the queen from the knight, and now white is just losing a full piece. Takes. And after rook d3, rook b8, Sam just resigned. He realized, like, okay, I'm just down a piece. My whole position is in ruin. So Faruja wins another game. And I don't know even what score he's on. But by the way, since Hikaru won, the fight for world #1 in Blitz is pretty close. But I guess Faruja still has a small lead.
Well, okay, so Hikaru is on 18. Faruja is 5.5 points ahead. Wow, that's a lot. And Hikaru is now half a point ahead of MVL, a point ahead of Nepo, a point and a half ahead of Jeffrey Xiong. And yeah, that is still very competitive for second place, but he's in a good position now with 3 games left to hold on to the second place.
Yeah, and he is playing the player who is in last place. Lenier Dominguez, who only scored 3 points out of 15 games in Blitz. But also Faruja has quite a commanding lead in the Blitz field, 12.5, 1.5 points ahead of Hikaru's score. But I think with all that being said, and you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. But don't go anywhere. The tournament is decided, but the fight for second place is still wide open. And there's going to be a lot of fun Blitz games ahead of us. So we look forward to seeing you guys at the other end of this break. And welcome back, everyone, to the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And we have Hikaru Nakamura going up with the white pieces against Lanier Dominguez. And Irina, he's going back to the system with E3 and B3. What do you, how do you think this game is going to develop?
Yeah, I think it's okay to do this against Dominguez because Dominguez is doing, so poorly in the tournament, despite the fact that he just won his first game in a while. That he's still probably quite dejected at the overall trend. I don't know how much preparation he's doing specifically for Hikaru. I mean, it's not like they were competing with each other for first or second or third place, right? So I feel like Hikaru's normal openings are a decent choice against Dominguez, right? Like against Ali Reza, we saw that Ali Reza was really well prepared. And, Dominguez, well, okay, he's playing fine. I mean, with the way Hikaru is playing the opening, of course, you can do many setups for black. But I think it's okay to play this opening against him.
Yeah, so he is kind of playing like he's playing with black, and usually in these types of positions, you play knight e5 to, stop black from achieving e5 in the center. Do you think he's going to do the same here?
Yeah, he actually played something very similar like this against Shanklin yesterday. He played that knight e5 move. Now he's delaying it a bit, so I guess if black plays queen c7, he's not going to have a chance to play it anymore. Yeah, black might want to play e5, so kind of forces Hikaru's hand to play d4.
Yeah, I wonder what he has in mind there. Perhaps he might just opt for a King's Indian type of structure where black gets this, and he might feel like, okay, he likes playing the King's Indian with white. But I mean, black does have a lot of space, and actually he went for something completely different. He went for pawn a c4 to try to chip away at black's pawns in the center. But perhaps you just go rook to d8.
Yeah, you can play rook d8. You can play rook f d8. You can play e5 soon. There could be some sort of Maroczy bind position coming up. So of course, yeah, black is quite comfortable right now. Black has more space in the center, and Hikaru, maybe he should go for d4, actually. Go for this structure, but I'm not sure. Maybe he just doesn't like committing to that pawn move.
Right, yeah. I would think that if white were to go d4, black should always be fine. I mean, you have these types of positions where white has a ton of extra tempi, and black generally manages to equalize. So I don't think it's a real attempt at getting an advantage. It would be the safe move to play, but I think he would like to keep some pieces on the board. So a move like a3 sort of fits in with that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's waiting for black to play e5, right, before taking on d5, and then he'll go rook ac1, try to get some sort of break. And Dominguez needs to decide, is he going to commit to this ambitious pawn move e5? I think he should. I think he should also, yeah, there you go. He puts it on the board. He should also stop thinking so much. I mean, I know this move is obvious for him, so he's investing a little too much time deciding on it.
Right, and Hikaru should be careful here, because if you go for a move like rook ac1, black does have the option of going, although no, he doesn't, because we take with the knight and we defend the bishop. But sometimes that is an idea, because if white were to take here, then there is pawn takes f3 and you lose the game. So Lanier plays queen to e7, just slowly improving his position. I guess rook fd1 makes sense, because the pawn on d3 can become a little weak.
Yeah, I mean, it's pleasant. It's pleasant for black, but I mean, that's just what Hikaru is signing up for, right? When he plays the opening like that, when you play knight f3, e3, b3, g3, don't put pawns in the center until later. Yeah, your opponent can get a good game in many ways, right? So that's kind of the premise of the opening. You're not really trying too hard to come out with an opening advantage.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I feel like if Hikaru would be playing with the black pieces, right, his position should be completely fine. But I mean, like, let's say you have this reversed, right? Because very often it's quite common to get these types of hedgehogs setups when you're black. But with white, I mean, it's a little bit of a pity, right? To give your opponent more space, very comfortable development. And hey, we have this move e4 again. Wow. It worked out very well in the last game, despite all the criticism. Do you think it's going to work out here as well?
I mean, okay, let me try to understand it. Well, for now, I mean, actually, black could play knight d4, but then what? What the heck? What do we do on knight d4? Bishop takes d4. E takes d4 or okay, knight takes. I mean, okay, black definitely could go for some kind of position like that. Wouldn't be a shocker. So he can also try to hold off on this knight d4 move. And right now he's thinking, right? So he actually, yeah, he didn't go knight d4. He played knight f6, knight c4, knight d7, and knight e3. Okay, is on the board.
Right, so he's aiming for the d5 square. So Linier could play knight f6, right, stopping Hikaru from jumping to d5. And yeah, Hikaru then has the option to repeat, because as black, you do want to stop the knight from jumping to d5. Also, you have to be a little bit careful that, in some positions, maybe white can go b4 combined with his knight d5 jump. So let's see what he's going to come up with. And Hikaru, by the way, already up a minute on the clock.
Yeah, knight d4 by black, I mean, makes a lot of sense here as well. He could finally commit to that move and induce some kind of trade, make white decide. Yeah, he does that. He just needs to play faster, Lanier does. And knight c4, okay, I mean, Hikaru's bishop on b2 is pretty bad. Black has a space advantage. Pretty nice position for black. Even b5 I think is a really interesting move. b5, kick the knight to a5 and bishop a8. I mean, the knight on a5 is kind of so-so. Yeah, can be pretty bad there.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the knight can also jump to d2 if Hikaru wants to be a little bit more solid, but f5 by Linier, I kind of like that approach. And now Hikaru has to decide, like, pawn takes c4 is kind of a threat. So I think you either have to play bishop g2 or rook e1, or maybe knight at d2, but that seems like a bit of a pity. Or maybe
pawn f3, but like pawn f3 is also kind of interesting, although one day, I mean, the bishop can come out to h6 and e3, right? So that's a problem.
Yeah. No, for sure. Hikaru does have that time advantage. 2 minutes and 50 seconds against 127 for Linier. I mean, Linier has a nice position, but if he gets down to time, if he gets down to seconds, it's not going to matter too much, I think.
Okay, so he took pretty quickly. Now what to take with or not take at all? Rook e1 is a possibility. So Hikaru is...
maybe g5 here, stopping f4, and then you establish your knight on e5. That looks really good for black. But 1 minute and 10 seconds and ticking.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely taking too long on this. Rook e8 is another kind of normal move, just forcing rook e1, and then you can figure out what you want to do. But yeah, I mean, Hikaru does want to play f4 and e5, right? So knight e5. So I suppose... Well, here's some tactics, right? If you trade an f4, maybe there's d3. Maybe that's the tactic that Linier is trying to... I'm thinking about a queen takes e5. Is there queen takes e5 or...
It's a good question. Like, does he have d3? Yes, he does. Yeah, because if you have to move the queen, then e4 hangs at the end. So Hikaru throws in queen c4 first. Very tricky. And then he wants to follow it up with f4. Linier is going to go queen f7. Or not. Okay, now
by the way, Ferrugia already won, not to keep us in suspense. He already finished up his game against Mamedyarov, just kind of, I think he's like basically mating him there in the end. Probably will be a fun game to look at afterwards. So what do we have here? It's a super unbalanced position. Obviously, it's definitely the dynamic has gone more in Hikaru's favor because it was worse for him, and now it's not, and there's some kind of tactic, with rook takes d4, leading into, well, what does that lead us into? Actually, rook d4, Hikaru really needs to do, doesn't he?
But a fun fact, if this would be connect 4, it would be a draw, because both sides have that sort of on the other sides of the board. But yeah, Hikaru has this tactic with rook takes d4, because if you take with the bishop, then after rook cd7, you are in a pin, and as we speak, rook d4 is on the board. If you take, then this rook will be hanging in the end. And I mean, on 38 seconds, I mean, Hikaru's just made the game super complicated, and he's up a minute on the clock. This is looking very good for him.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, even though there's still a balance here, but yeah, well, actually now it looks like you're just going to trade, take an f4, you're going to be up a pawn. I mean, you can even take... you can take with the queen to cover the d2 square, right? If you take with the pawn, there's queen d2 coming down. So rook d8 and queen f4, and then white just up a pawn. Actually, pretty simple, right? It's like funny how easily he outplays from just a worse position. Slightly worse.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what you want to do, because indeed, in case of rook f4, you do all of this, but he took with the pawn. This king over here is suddenly kind of open, and king h1.
Whoa! That's a big difference. He really should have traded the rooks. Wow.
Yeah, a check on this long diagonal would be deadly, but okay, Lanier down to 20 seconds.
Well, I guess a simple move is take the rook and just and put the queen to
queen
h4. Just attack
looks
f4.
Super scary indeed, and he is going for it.
Yeah,
queen h4 on the board. How do you defend here?
Wow, Hikaru really messed up big time. How do you defend here? I don't know, rook f1, I guess is a move that would come to my mind. Terrible move, but that's what I would look at to defend some of my squares. Yeah, queen h3, and then I would lose, right?
E6. Okay, queen g4 maybe, but I guess he's banging on queen c6 is my guess. Oh, queen f2, queen c2, queen f4 now. Seems like Dominguez is throwing away his advantage. Queen e2 looks like a nice move, covering some squares. Also supporting the pawn. Rook e1, check, block. This is idea. Only a couple seconds for Dominguez. So you're gonna trade
and go what, bishop f6 or something?
But then king f3, that endgame looks scary. Oh, d3.
d3 is interesting too. Yeah, I was just thinking about that.
Oh, and this game might just lead to a drawn endgame. Take and then king f6. I mean, you can be up a lot of time here, but I don't think it's going to matter if these pawns disappear from the board. King king f6. I'd be shocked if he manages to cook up something here. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah,
but he's going to try. He is going to try. We can, but I don't see how. Rook d6, but king up anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah.
You're not even better here. You're not even better, but he is going to try to keep the game going. But the only way he could win is potentially on time. But although, he's making something happen. And, on seconds, everyone can lose their cool. King d4. Okay, king.
Was black winning for that move or something?
Apparently. But now it's tricky because your rook is cut off, and maybe you walk the king up the board. Okay, you have to go back. But actually, I don't think you can make progress.
Because the king will just stay on c4, yeah.
Yeah, what do you do here? The rook defends both the pawns.
King d4, king c4, and I guess you can try rook g5, rook g7, trade, king b4, king h7, king a4, h6, king b3, king g7, a4, h7, a3. Actually, doesn't that one won? So he needs to try rook g5, rook g7. I mean, it's still not over.
Maybe h6 first to prepare that. But that's why. Okay, he's going to this side now. Oh, take it. Rook f6 was panic. Take it.
Oh, wow.
King b4, and then maybe back and go for the h-pawn. He didn't take. Okay, take it.
Wow, so he's just winning now.
Shocking. How does he pull this off? Okay, king f8, and you win.
Yeah. Lanier's got 4 seconds. It's tough in his situation. Plus, he is going to lose this pawn, and the king is cut, and Hikaru knows that this is winning.
Yeah, h7, and your rook always shields. This is going to be a win for Hikaru.
That was so mean. I honestly kind of was hoping that Dominguez could draw this one. I have to admit it. I just feel bad for him,
I feel bad for him as well. It felt like a completely drawn endgame. But, I mean, he kept putting pressure on his position and on the clock, and now he solidifies his position in second by a full point.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, I know I admitted that. But the thing is, here's the thing, guys. I had a calculation, which is that even if Hikaru draws, he can still get that second place. I mean, he can't get the first place, but, it wasn't like this was an absolutely key game. for for him to get second place, although it's very helpful to extend his lead. But I don't know, poor Dominguez. Like if I lost games like that, I would just feel so destroyed. Benjamin, right? That's what I mean. Like this is not just like losing. This is like when you get to that drawn rook endgame of just like equal, totally equal, and you still lose it. I mean, it just feels so bad.
It does. I mean, I understand he kind of panicked here. He saw Hikaru's king walking over, and to be honest with you, it doesn't seem that easy because this rook always defends this pawn over here. And what are you gonna do, right? The computer says like, okay, it doesn't matter at all. You can do anything, but at some point this king will appear here. I mean, I guess now you go rook h6 and king b4, but again, you're playing with only seconds on your clock, so it's very easy to panic. And rook f6 might not have been the end of the world, but eventually, when he went here, now Hikaru was able to capture the pawn, and then he didn't really care too much about the a pawn. He shifted his attention to the h pawn, which led to a winning rook and pawn endgame. So very important win for Hikaru. In the next round, he's going to be up against Jan Nepomniachtchi. If Jan wants to fight for second, it's a must-win game for him.
Oh, by the way, guys, like flagging him okay or poor form. Well, he didn't flag him. That's the thing, guys. You can't flag anybody in 2-second increments. So I think it's absolutely normal and natural that Hikaru was playing for a win there. I mean, he had a lot more time, and he knows that's his advantage over his opponents. Like he can just apply that pressure when they got second. So I definitely am not surprised that he played on to win. You know, I'm just saying that, like, if you just show the position, Benjamin, like when they traded on e6 and put that on the board, like that's what I mean. Should feel kind of bad for a 2,700 plus GM to lose, right?
Right. Yeah, it feels like right around here. By the way, also, Dominguez had a chance to win with pawn b4, and if white takes, king c3, because you have your rook behind the pawn. This king on g4 is suddenly completely off. If in case of rook b5, you just move your rook out of the way, this a pawn is not going anywhere, but this b pawn combined with the king is just going to win the game for black. So he could have even won the game. And by the way, you guys, it's also worth pointing out that now Eli Reza took the world #1 spot again. He is 0.6 ahead of Hikaru, and both of them are actually very close to 2,900. Irina, do you think one of them is going to cross that barrier?
Well, so tell me, what is Ali Reza's rating right now?
2894.6, and Hikaru is 2894.
No, I think they can both cross it today.
Yeah, both of them just need one more win, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's very doable. Let's see if that can happen, guys. Let's root for that. Let's root for Hikaru to cross 2,900. Yeah, and then maybe you'll stop hating me so much in the chat and calling me a traitor and an imposter, you know, for having a feeling of compassion, you know, for someone who like had like half a point out of 9 yesterday. I'm sorry. I feel a little bad for him. You know, he's my teammate on the American team, and I know he's a really good guy, and he's like a way better player than the number of points that he has. So there you go.
Yeah. No, I also feel a little bit bad for Dominguez, but it does happen, you know. It's not easy when your opponent keeps the pressure on you.
Yeah.
And yeah, in the next round for Ruja, we'll have the black pieces against MVL, so we'll see how that game is gonna go. If he wins, he does cross 2,900, and Hikaru will be up with the black pieces against Nepo. Both of them have tough pairings, I have to say.
Okay, yeah, let's take a look at these pairings for the next round. We have, okay, MVL Fruja. Well, that's a good pairing for us, right? I mean, MVL up against the person who's already in first place and playing so well. Am I Irina Krush or Irina Compassion? Well, I'm Irina Compassion Krush. I think that's fine. Just make that my middle name. Now we got Naka Black against Nepo. Okay, that's a big game, right? Because, I mean, Nepo is always a dangerous opponent, and he is a good blitz player. So you're playing someone who's in the top half of the field. So, you know, that's going to be a big game for Hikaru. Now, I kind of wonder, Benjamin, like we talked about how it was important for him to play a little more risky to get those points. Now that he's gotten himself into a much better position in the tournament where he is now a point ahead and ahead of and a half ahead of Nepo. Do you think he will change that, or do you think we can still expect him to play a modern?
I mean, maybe he should just stick with what works, you know? I mean, he just got crushed by Levon Aronian right out of the opening, and he has been winning his last two games with the modern, you know, against Sam Shanklin and against MVL with a black piece. Of course, against Nepo, it will be tricky because think about it. Nepo probably also checked the modern for the World Championship. So I am very curious what he's going to do, but sort of my gut tells me that he just has to stick with what has been working for him.
I agree. I agree. Don't go back to the Berlin because there's just the memories from that are just too bad, right?
Yeah. Yeah, especially that game against Levon was very tough.
Yeah, that was not something we want to ever see again. So we got, okay, so MBL, Nepo, Xiang, In Pursuit, Fabi also, like that's, I would say, well, those players are 2 points away already from Hikaru, Jeffrey, and Fabi. That's quite a big gap. I don't think they can catch him. But Nepo is going to be ambitious. I mean, Nepo, if he can beat him, I mean, he's going to be half a point behind him. So we're actually about to see a really crucial game, Benjamin. But before we go there, shall we take a look at how Firouzja won yet again against Mamedyarov, and he won so quickly and beautifully. I mean, just look at that final position. It's already picturesque.
Yeah, let's have a very quick look. So the game started off as an English opening. It seemed that Mamedyarov was doing fine, but somewhere along the way, things went horribly wrong. So right now, I would think if anyone's better, it's black, right? I mean, he has the center, he has the two bishops. So let's see. So knight ge2, bishop d6. This looks fine, stopping knight f4. Castles. Bishop e8, a little bit odd though, because you do block in your own rook. f3 by Firouzja, takes. Bishop e6. Okay, he sacks the pawn. Bishop d6, queen a6. But I mean, black should have some compensation, right? I mean, the e3 pawn is weak. Pawn on b2 as well. Rook b2, b4. Bishop h3, rook f2. Knight g4. Well, here he loses another pawn, and I don't know if he has quite enough. Rook e8, knight to c3, because these two knights cover a lot of squares, right? Like, look at this knight on d5. Defends pawn on e3. This knight over here defends this knight. So he went h5, e4, h4, e5, but it feels like if anyone has an attack, it's Firouzja here. So trade. Bishop f8, queen d3, and yeah, white is perfect coordination. This rook is about to come in. These knights are super dangerous. And after queen g5, knight e4, queen f6, knight f6.
Okay, so now Benjamin, don't tell us why this is winning because we're gonna figure this out. So pawn takes. Oh, okay. I think we figured it out. Right. The bishop on g4 hangs at the end, so we can play knight takes f6 and then trade the queens. Because I was thinking it's about checkmate, but then I realized actually it's not. It's much more prosaic. It's just we win the bishop and we have a bunch of extra pawns, and 3 extra pawns in the end game. It's more than enough to win. Because somehow when I saw those knights there, I was like, oh, there must be checkmate. But actually, it was more like a basic fork tactic to just to go into a winning endgame.
Yeah, I think he thought the same, and yeah, he picks up another pawn, trades off all the pieces. So I really like his decision, and yeah, Mamedyarov realized like, okay, an endgame down 3 pawns, that's not gonna work out. So he just resigned the game. So yeah, Ali Reza keeps crushing it. He is on 13.5 out of 18 in the Blitz portion. But yeah, the fight for second place is still wide open. I mean, pretty much.
Well, I wouldn't say it's wide open. I would say it's like narrowly open.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be between Hikaru and MVL. I mean, if Nepo wins this game, he would be only half a point behind Hikaru and maybe MVL. Also, I mean, Zhang and Fabiano are not too far back, but really, I mean, 3rd till 8th. Is still very much undecided, right? I mean, at this point, we can say that Dominguez is going to finish in last. Shanklin is going to finish in 9th. But how the rest of the field is going to shake up, I mean, nobody knows at this point.
Shall we take a look at how Fabi beat Shanklin? That seems like an interesting, unbalanced final position.
For sure. So Fabi kind of wanted to play like Hikaru here. So just, playing chess, e3, g6, bishop e2, bishop g7. I kind of like Shanklin's position here, though, because the problem is you can't really get d4 in here, because generally if you play d4, I think black takes with the e-pawn, and then goes bishop g7, and white is kind of pinned along this diagonal. So we play bishop e2, bishop g7, castles, knight here, and black should have a very comfortable position, I would think. With 3 d5, all looking good so far for Sam. He has the
Even
Moroxy
reminds
bind.
us actually a little bit of Hikaru's game, right? I mean, isn't this like
Right,
very
yeah.
similar structure? Yeah.
Yeah, so Sam just slowly improved his pieces. Okay, bishop one tricky move. He's preparing this. Okay, takes. And by the way, as we speak, the Pineapple Man has got him back in his seat, getting ready for the next game. A5, E4. Yeah, he's. This is exactly how Hikaru has been playing his games in the English or the modern.
Yeah, I don't
right?
know why this is so popular. I mean, creating that backwards pawn on d3.
Right.
Okay. I mean, so Shanklin is just doing well. Yeah, he has this rook e6, rook d6 plan to pressure the d3 pawn.
Yeah,
He found it.
that
Yeah.
H5, preparing this H3.
He's just like way better. I mean, this is like not even a question. Like white can barely move.
Exactly, yeah, he's completely outplayed Fabiano at this point. Queen d7, hitting this pawn once again. Knight e1, which is a necessity. But now I think, at least practically, it seems like he made a mistake. He went knight to d4, and now white, I mean, black is still a lot better, because he's going to grab the c file, but at least white doesn't have to worry about this d pawn anymore. So b4, rook c8, and here Fabiano is starting to crawl out, right? Like the rook is getting active. This queen can always enter that position. So b5, good move, creating a weakness over here. 6, queen b2, b7. Now the knight starts jumping, and I think Shanklin here thought he had a bit more time than he actually had, because now this knight starts jumping to d5, and things get very tricky, especially in Blitz. I mean, having a knight over there will always give you tactics,
It's
but
really
still,
good. Yeah, look, I mean, it looks actually amazing. Like the bishop on the long diagonal coming to e3. So much pressure on the position. Wow.
yeah, but rook
Yeah.
g6 really looks too slow. Oh, wait a second. Shanklin could have won the game on the
Wow.
spot
What
here.
a beautiful, wait 1 second. Hold on. Let me just figure this out. Okay, because now he's unpinned on the H
And
file.
like black is an amazing move here, but let's also get the opportunity to the chat. Does anyone see what Shanklin could have done here?
Oh yeah, we definitely want to train you guys. So one minute of training before their next game. So rook h3, and why would you give away the rook? Or if we just take it? What then?
And bishop f4, perfect.
Bishop f4, and then queen h3 comes in for the checkmate. Yeah, that's really beautiful. Look how lovely that is. Those pieces just ganging up on the king.
Exactly. And the problem for white is there is nowhere to run, because if you move the king back, then bishop e3 comes in with devastating effect, because I mean white's king is just getting absolutely smoked. But Sam played bishop f4, also looks good, but now Fabiano stepped out of the way, and queen h3. Perhaps he thought that he is putting the nail in the coffin here, but do you think he forgot about rook c7?
Oh yeah. Well,
Or no, I don't think he forgot. I think he was just on a couple seconds, and
he just
things
didn't
happen.
see it. Well, yeah, he just didn't see it. Wow. And maybe he thought, I don't know, king f8, queen h8, rook g8. Maybe he thought he was blocking it and he didn't see queen f6.
Maybe that's what happened.
Wow.
Anyway, players are getting ready. We have Nepo versus Hikaru. Definitely a fun matchup here.
Oh, they had a crazy game yesterday. The totally crazy game where Hikaru was winning and then he was totally losing and then he drew. So this is like this was his most stressful game of yesterday. So yeah, and it matters a lot for the tournament standings. So I think if he can win this game, he will definitely get himself second place. I don't know who in the last round he he plays Jeffrey, right? Like he did yesterday. Okay, with the white pieces. So yeah, this game is super, super critical. Let's really root for him.
Mm-hmm.
Not like that traitor Krush who hoped it would be a draw.
Yeah, and the King's Gambit by Nepo. I did not see that one coming at all. So Hikaru takes it, and after knight f3, he's going for a bit of a think, and finally he settles on d5. Takes bishop b5 is on the board.
Wow.
I guess he must
Nepo
have
went for the King's Gambit. Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that he's done, but that is definitely going to make things exciting. The bishop b5, c6 was a move here, wasn't it? C6.
Yeah, c6 was preferred by the computer.
I remember looking at this for my student. Yeah, knight takes.
Oh,
yeah.
right. Because if you castle, there is queen b6, and you win a piece. But yeah, at least both players are on their own here. I mean, the pawn on d5 is under attack. So let's see what Nepo is going to do. I mean, maybe c4, but it seems a little slow to hang on to the pawn. You could also just castle, and that's what Nepo goes for. I mean, knight takes c5 seems risky with your king wide open. Maybe bishop e7?
Okay, so yeah, bishop e7. Well, he can also take on d5. Okay, bishop e7. So do they play c4? Do they try to hold on to this pawn? Bishop e2. So
to me,
d5, yeah.
To me, bishop e2 looks like a move you play if you know it's theory, right?
It's not the most obvious. Yeah, I agree. Knight d5, there's c4, and you push away the knight, try to go d4, get the pawn in f4, and claim an advantage.
Yeah, but yeah, it does look clever because he didn't really want to play c4 boxing in the bishop over here, but now wait, c4. I mean, we kind of get what we were looking at earlier, but this definitely looks like a better version for white.
Right, now he needs to protect the pawn, right? Like he can't really afford to lose it, so bishop d6. And well, okay, Nepo's opening has worked out well. What can we say?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the best you can expect from a King's Gambit, I would say.
It's really quite good. And I mean, the 4-on-2 advantage in the center, and Hikaru's double F pawn is not great. And he seems to know what he's doing. C5, bishop c7, and now, okay. Now knight f8. Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah.
Because you have
I think he definitely has to go for knight f8. Yeah, because also, I mean, knight g5 could become annoying. With knight f8, you prepare bishop e6 and to cover all of it. One thing that could be annoying is knight e5, but I guess you take. You probably have to take everything, which should be okay, because this pawn is also hanging at the end.
Yeah, knight f8, and you try to play, I think, bishop e6, right? If you have a chance.
Right.
I would like to neutralize that bishop for sure, bishop e6. So Hikaru was thinking, okay, so he's, well, I don't know, knight f8, knight e5. Yeah, that must be bothering him. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen d1, rook d1, rook e5, rook d8. I don't know. It seems like
but it is slightly concerning that he is thinking so long for it. Well, it looks like it's kind of the only move. And knight g, what?
Did he play something else? No, he did. He went knight g4. Wow, okay. Well, he wants to go knight e3. So, but I mean, there could be problems with the f7 pawn, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you can take with the pawn because something bad is going to happen over here.
Maybe, yeah. Well, let's try it. Let's put it on the board. h3, knight e3.
But the good thing is that MVL and Alireza already drew. So even if Hikaru loses, he will keep a lead over MVL.
Okay, yeah. So Nepo go queen b3, attacking f7. Right. Well, how do we defend that? Rook e7, it seems to be the only move.
Right, or rook f8, but that's kind of passive. So I like rook e7, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have d5 because of knight c5, thankfully. I mean, okay, I would still say the position is very complicated, so I wouldn't say that Hikaru is doing badly here. The queen on b3 might even find itself not so well placed, right away from the center.
Right, and Nepo's pulling a weird phase. Maybe he's looking at knight g5, but I wonder if there's knight c5 by any chance. Take, here, And what do we have? Maybe something like knight f2, take, followed by rook e1. I don't know if that works out, but I think it might. Let's have a very quick look. So knight g5, I guess this, and indeed, yeah, that line wins for black because rook e1 is simply unstoppable. And bishop
A3, okay, is on the board. So knight to e3 is probably going to be Hikaru's choice or not. Or knight takes e3. There's bishop e3, and then he still has some problems with the f7 pawn, right?
Right, because if we take with the rook, then white takes right away, and if we take with the pawn, I mean, something like knight g5 should be crushing. So I think, I mean, we can always throw in this move rook to b8, although the tricky thing is white has queen a4 hitting this, but maybe then knight e3, since there's no longer all the pressure towards f7, and rook b8 is on the board.
Wow, he's very good in these dynamic positions, Hikaru, right? Like we definitely seen that a lot. Like he's able to find these tricky moves, and it's very complicated. Queen a4, knight e3. Yeah, he's going for all of this, and he's sacking his pawn on c6.
Right, but does it work? Because after queen takes c6, knight d5 also becomes a threat, and black's queen side is really falling apart. So I think he probably has to go knight f6. And I mean, white is up a pawn, but black can get pretty active. But actually, d5, d6 could also be scary. So let's see whether Nepo will take.
Yeah.
I think he will.
So queen c6, knight f6, and d5. I have to say that does look really scary. Especially, but we have bishop b7 there, right? And maybe can we get away with trying to take that pawn on d5? It does. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So we might have to. Okay.
Nepo,
he bishop g3.
And bishop. He played bishop b7 and bishop g3. I guess he wants to put the bishop on f2, disconnect the rook from the knight, and then perhaps take over here. So I think with queen c2, Nepo is hinting that bishop f2, he wants to sack the exchange to defend his knight on f3 and not having to weaken his king side. Hikaru, by the way, could still take here, because if you take with the queen, then there is again these tactics with queen d4 at the end. But let's have a look at what Hikaru is going to do here. Knight f6.
And Nepo answered immediately. What move? d5.
d5. That one looks nasty.
Wow. This is like, the problem is that it's a lot harder for Hikaru to play. I think he's been doing a great job so far. So he needs to get rid of that pawn and play like rook d7, right? He needs to put himself into a pin after rook d1 and then try to hold on with rook d7, but it is so much harder for him. On the other hand, well, I mean, he's just threatening to go c6 and we lose. So like we kind of have to take on d5.
Right, yes, c6 or d6, all of it looks pretty nice. So I think we have to take, but indeed, it looks like a very nasty pin. It's rook 81, I guess rook d7, and he has taken, but Nepo blitzed out knight g5.
Right, which wasn't a very good move. Yeah. We've seen him do that sometimes. Like he just like blitzes out a move when there's actually very complicated still. And Hikaru is like, yeah, why was knight g5 played so fast, right? I mean, he still had some time, and I mean, he thought he was threatening the mate on h7, but bishop f2 is a check, right? So he gets to block the file.
Right, and Nepo sacrificed the exchange. Yeah, the idea of Hikaru was that if you move the rook king out of the way, now we can go knight f6, and there's no rook takes f6 to remove the defender. So Nepo sacrificed the exchange. I mean, it feels like he doesn't have enough, but it does look very scary. h6, nice move, trying to get rid of this knight. Hikaru up in exchange here.
Yeah, and h6 is a nice, simple move, right? Maybe there were better things according to the computer, but like at least this move is very safe. You want to push that knight back so it's farther away from your king. And then, you want to take on c3. You can trade some pieces down. I think black will not have so many problems winning this endgame.
Exactly, yeah, because also in many lines his pawn on b2 could be hanging. So Nepo took and played rook to d1. All right, so Hikaru has some options he could take. Rook d7 looks fine as well. I think he should take, just take the knight and then think.
Yeah, rook d7 is interesting, but he needs to calculate a lot more. He needs to calculate rook d5. So did he do that actually?
Yeah, he did take rook takes d5 by Nepo on the board.
Oh wow. So rook d7 did happen, yeah? Oh no, he
Mhm.
took on g5 and rook d5. Okay, yeah, that makes
Yeah,
more
and
sense.
he's reaching for the rook. Rook d7 does look correct, and that's what he goes for because it defends everything.
Yes, and after pawn takes queen takes c6, I guess you play what? Like queen c7?
Or maybe a check, and if king h2, queen d6 looks clever.
And back, and then who protects f7?
Yeah, that's a good question. Huh. I don't know.
Well, I think queen c7 is reasonable. I mean, queen c7 is not a bad square for the queen. Like in the worst case, I mean, sure, you can throw in like the checks if you want, but queen c7, or I like the queen there protecting everything.
Yeah, it looks pretty solid because also it takes away this h2 square away from the king. So if you ever get a rook on d1, it will be pretty annoying. He goes rook d6. So takes, there's this. But if you go, let's say, queen here or here, you really well, probably has to take, and that's what he goes, queen e7.
So what are we threatening here? Just rook d8, for example, maybe simple move, rook d8.
Yeah, so Nepo does see himself forced to trade, and I guess now he's gonna go for your move c6, and I guess, yeah, maybe just queen c7 looks perfectly fine for Hikaru.
Yep.
Nepo getting down to seconds, also c6 on the board. Queen c7, yeah, there it is.
Just block the pawn, keep f7 protected, and then, yeah, then activate the rook. Then you just have to figure out how you want to activate the rook. And then you want to activate the queen because she's not really ideal in that blockading position on c7. It's a little too passive for the queen. So yeah, he went rook d8, queen f5. Okay, he puts it out of the blockading position. And looks good. I think he's threatening queen c5. Yeah, he was threatening queen c5, winning the bishop. Now he starts pushing him back. And now queen e1, queen e5 kinds of ideas. Yeah. Okay, so how do we win here?
It's a very good question. I don't know. Like somehow I want to get the rook involved, but I don't see how to do it.
Yeah, you need to be a little careful. But the good thing is that they can't really ever push their c7 pawn because you just go rook c8 and you pick it up. 12 seconds.
Right. It seems kind of impractical to give a check in here, but he has g4. Because if you
yeah, queen f6 doesn't really do anything. Okay, he
needs to be careful because with every passing move, White is going to improve his position, and Hikaru hasn't done anything to improve his. He's taken a pawn.
Maybe he should just make a draw. Maybe he should just.
Although, wait, he's gotten rid of the b pawn, which should definitely be in his favor. Rook e8. He's starting checkmate.
Okay.
Oh, and queen g3. Oh, wait. I think it's bishop e2 only move.
Okay, now rook e1. Okay, did I say he should make a draw? No. I take that back. But it's still tricky. It's still tricky.
Queen f2.
Rook b1, queen c2.
But now queen g3, and you get rid of the pawn. Queen b6.
Wow, c7, rook c8 is. I don't know what's going on here. It's really.
This should be a win for Hikaru. I think practically you can defend this.
Yeah. Okay.
Queen f4, rook c1 is coming.
Yeah, now he can. I mean, now it's all good. Once he got rid of the c7 pawn. Okay.
I mean, the game continues. You still have to win.
That was kind of tough. I mean, that was not such an easy realization.
Check and check. And then queen f4 is tricky. But Hikaru, okay, check. Okay, king has to move over. Queen d4.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of time. Oh, wow. Look how
it's not easy to finish it off.
He's so fast. He's gained a lot of time. Rook.
But maybe how do you finish it off is the big question. Okay, now rook c1 should be game over. King h2, queen f2. Yeah, he's winning the bishop now. He's winning the bishop. Queen b5, queen f2.
Yeah, wow. That was amazing technique. Amazing.
And there goes the bishop.
Like once he kind of got that pawn on c7, yeah. And then he just went into realization mode. That was really good. Like no hesitation, you know?
Queen f2, and yeah, the bishop is going to be
Game
lost.
over.
So
There
Hikaru
you go.
is going to
That's
win
the
this game,
second
and
place.
he clinches second.
All right. Yay, guys, you did a good job rooting for him because that was a really key game. And we know that Hikaru is going to be second as a result of that. Awesome. Yeah, I agree. That was a really exciting game. I guess his clashes with Nepo just tend to be really good because these are two very exciting tactical players. And right now, Hikaru cannot be caught, guys. Like, no, even if he loses the last game, he's still going to finish this tournament in second place. Just amazing effort in the Blitz to go from last place to clear second place. And well, what can you do when someone else is also on fire, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, Farouz has just been destroying the field throughout. But yeah, very strong performance by Hikaru. He locks in second place. Also, you guys, he just crossed 2,900. He's on 2902.4. He will have to win the last game with the white pieces against Jeffrey Zhang to stay there. So let's see if he will.
Oh yeah. How do I think he's going to do against Jeffrey? Well, there is one theory, right? That he knows he's second, so for him it just makes no difference. Doesn't make a difference for Jeffrey. Well, Jeffrey, yeah, I mean Jeffrey obviously does make a difference. Like if he wins, he could get up to even fourth place or some kind of a tie for fourth place. So it does make a difference for Jeffrey. So is Hikaru going to be ambitious and try to play? I mean, I really think he should, right? Because it's what the players are there to do, give us a show. Although we had this very fast game between Ali Reza and MVL. So obviously those two teammates from the French team, they didn't really, I don't know, maybe they did go after each other hard. It didn't feel like it because Ali Reza only used like 6 seconds. I mean, he had 4 minutes and 54 at the end of the game. So it somehow didn't feel.
All of this is theory, kind of. White generally is a tiny bit better here. F6 by Farouk. But Ali Reza is playing so fast that it makes me feel like this might have been some sort of prep by him.
Yeah. Huh. Wow. Shall we take a look? Oh, this seems like a fun game. Xiang versus Fabi.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Dominguez wins. Look at that. He wins against Aronia, and maybe we can take a look at that as well. Gets a little bit of a compensation for the previous
So this game started out as a London, and yeah, I remember. I think it was 1 or 2 years ago when Hikaru played against Jeffrey Zhang in the last round of one of those Champions Chess Tour events, and Hikaru played the Bon Cloud. Now that's not going to happen in this game because when Hikaru did that against Jeffrey, and it was 2020 or 2021. The game was not rated for FIDE, and this upcoming game will be. And since he just crossed 2,900, I'm sure that he would love to stay there. And he has the #1 spot, so I'm sure he's going to play a real opening.
Yeah, I mean, compassion must be happy now. Yeah. I think it's like it's hard for you guys to understand. Like, I would root for literally any of the players who would be in last place. So, it's Dominguez today, but if it was like, I don't know, Caruana in last place, I would also really want him to win some games. Okay, let's take a look over here. Wait. No, show us why that rook on B3 is being under attack. Let's slowly. Rook B3. Wow.
He just put it there. Like, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, you can't take it because you get mated on A2. So what's the idea? Is there a threat behind rook b3? Is there like some specific threat of that move, actually?
Oh, I think what he wants to do.
Oh, don't tell us. Don't tell us. Oh. You told us. Yeah, okay, show us.
Well, he wants to go A3. And if you take, there's this, and you break through.
Queen A1, and then you take the rook, yeah.
Right, and if you take, then black gets all the pressure along the A file. So I think that's his idea, because if you go A3 here, then white goes B3 and keeps everything close. So he's sort of shoving that rook in his face.
Yeah.
Jeffrey
nice move, right?
Right. He takes the rook eventually. Now comes rook A8, threatening a checkmate. Just forced to go here. Queen b4. Then rook a1 is a big threat, so he moves the king back. But now goes.
Wait, yeah, can we go back for
a2.
1 second? Let's just figure out one little thing. Let's answer my question. So if you play after queen b4, let's figure out why knight c3 is just bad, right? Because that's an interesting question. Knight c3. What are we gonna do? Rook a1, knight b1, and c3. Ooh,
Yeah,
that looks painful. Let's show that line.
That one is crushing indeed. Because if you take, then white gets checkmated. So Jeffrey saw that, and he played king b1 back. Now rook a2. Not a nice move by Fabiano. He's threatening to align up the queen and the rook. So queen e1, queen a4, king c1. Now came a check, and c3, luring that king forward. Check. Oh, and if you go back, now comes a check. Check. I think this is pretty similar to what happened in the game in c5.
Gonna mate with a pawn? Wow.
Wow. Someone's asking, what is the highest blitz rating in the history of chess? I believe it was Magnus, or yeah, I think 2986 is what I see from Carlson. MVL's highest was. Wait, go ahead.
Oh, let's go back to the game. Did we finish already looking at this one, or
yeah,
is this it?
No. So king d3, but now came a check, and yeah, c5, and after rook g1, rook c2, Jeffrey found himself in a mating net, so he resigned. Very nice win for Fabiano.
Yeah, that's beautiful. We have definitely seen some beautiful attacking ideas in this Blitz tournament. So now I can prepare some material for my students on how to attack. That's why I want to go through all of the attacking games. Shall we take a look at how, another attacking game, Mamedyarov Shanklin.
All right, yeah, and the chat does seem to like the lesson, so we'll try to keep incorporating those. This game started off as a Trompovsky.
Yeah, something Mamedyarov used to play. Oh, they played g4 here, right? Yeah. Oh, yes, that's the typical idea. Aggressive by Mamedyarov. That's his style. I like it when he plays in his style. King f1. Okay. How is he going to get this attack going, though?
Well, here he comes. b3, cutting out the knight.
Nice.
Now he starts going with h4 and g5, because
beautiful. Actually, we already see the attack is quite powerful, right? Because all of white's pieces are gathered on that side of the board.
Yeah. So bishop e7 by Shanklin. Knight f4. Now all of a sudden this is also weak. So he moved the rook over, but now came knight h5, shifting his attention back to the king side. Takes, but it feels like something bad's about to happen here. Queen g3, nice move, lining everything up. Queen e7, boom. And he took, and he just destroyed Shanklin's king side. Check, and rook f7 finished off the game. So
can we look at the critical moment here? Was there a moment where black could have played f5 to keep the game closed? The g file, like after g5, was there this move? Was there some kind of f5 move after g5? Yeah, like g5. So right here, was this a possibility? Because there are some tactics on the e file that allow this move to not just lose a pawn for nothing, right? But after knight takes f5, it does kind of look like it just loses a pawn for nothing. But I guess maybe here's the point, right, Benjamin, that we would rather just lose a pawn, but keep the h file closed. Because after knight f5, you can just play bishop f5, maybe move your queen somewhere. And okay, you're down a pawn with bishops of opposite color. It doesn't seem like such a disaster.
Right, yeah. Or maybe, you move the bishop back and white has to move the knight back before he can play knight f4. So, I don't know. It's a tricky position. Also, maybe knight d6 could be nice here. Because if you move the knight, there's always bishop g4, which is annoying. And after takes, all of a sudden, this white king over here can be pretty exposed with, you know, black's bishop lining up. But yeah, this game ended in Momentjaro's favor. Let's see what else we have. We have a win for Dominguez. You know, Dominguez could still finish in a tie for 9th. He's a point behind Shanklin. So let's see how they're gonna do in the last round.
Are they playing each other? That would be kind of cool if they were, actually. I have a feeling they're not, but we can see. Maybe they are. The last round.
Oh, Dominguez is playing with black against Fallujah.
Oh, but Fallujah's not that ambitious anymore. I mean, he might be a less dangerous Fallujah. Shanklin playing MVL. So they both have tough pairings. Yeah, they're playing the French guys. But okay. No, when I say he's not that dangerous, I don't really mean that. Like with the white pieces and he's got nothing to lose. I mean, he's just as dangerous as ever, but just maybe a little less motivated. Could be. That sometimes happen when you already won the tournament. You just feel you lose some of that motivation. But now we got this game. Yeah, so you're looking at Dominguez versus Aronian. Complicated position.
Very tricky stuff here from Dominguez. I wonder up to what point this was all prep, because he played all of this. I don't know. I can't see the timestamps from his end, but it seemed like he was playing all the best moves. But h3 perhaps was a little off. But the position seems very tricky. Now comes a check. You cannot go king up, because why? I don't know. I guess it's
Queen h7, king f8.
And well, let's ask this one for the chat.
Oh yeah, let's ask the chat. Yeah.
What happens if black goes king f7?
Right. So let's figure that out, since I don't really know myself.
Well, no, black doesn't well, queen h7 check, okay.
F8.
The king has to move back.
Yeah.
And then?
Oh, okay, I see it. It's a very nice, guys.
Not, yeah.
One of you got it. A couple of you got it.
Here. I think someone else pointed it out as well. Yeah. But then rook g8, very good. Because if takes, then the queen will be hanging.
Nice tactic, yeah.
So he went king f8. Now white took. Black is forced to block. Another tactic for you guys. What does white do after queen f7? How does white win the game?
How does white win the game? Oh, okay, nice. We still got to win the queen, guys.
Yeah, of course, ideally, we always want to go for checkmate, but winning the queen is also very good. Rook g, no. Queen h6 and rook g7. Perfect. So he went bishop f7. Now king made check. He took the pawn, which was apparently not good, because now black's king is pretty safe. Like, there's no checks. But white decided to take another pawn, because white's king over here also sits pretty safe. Okay. Bishop to e4 looks like a good plan. g3, it's still tricky though. Okay, now he
was actually just completely losing in this game.
Yeah.
Kind of ironic.
The one game he managed to win, he was completely lost, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like there should definitely be a win for Levon here. King d7 also seems fine. But maybe he relaxed, you know, because king b6, it feels... He just walked into a checkmating attack. You apparently have to move the king here.
But it was kind of tricky. Yeah, it's kind of tricky to find the right direction for the king.
Now, Linier had a checkmate here had he started with queen b2 or queen d4.
Yeah, because queen b2 just put the king on the a file, queen a3, and then, yeah, the queen and the rook round him up.
Exactly, yeah. But he went for queen d8, which was apparently a losing move. Now black can block with the rook, and there's no more checks. But he went king b5, queen e8, king b4, a3, take, And king b2 was not the way to go. He should have gone back, but he went here. Now came a check, king up, check, king back, check, take, check, and now he only has one square for the king. Let's ask this to the chat. So the black king can go to 3 squares, d3, d1, and c1. Where do you guys think Aronian should have gone? But actually, the next game is going to start very soon. King c1, no. Yeah, he should have gone to d3. And apparently, amazingly, there's no checkmate. But he went here. Exactly. Always check. It might be checkmate. And that is what Lenier did here. Because if you go king up, then there's this. But we have already started off with the very last round.
Yeah, I gotta say, Benjamin, I was gonna comment some of the people commenting on Jeffrey's attire here. And I also, my thoughts when I look at the mask is I'm like, where is he getting his health advice from? You might as well just wear it on your head for the fashion statement, right? So
yeah, it's a little weird. He's wearing his mask as a person would wear that's forced to wear his mask, but he doesn't want to.
But he doesn't have to because no one's forcing them there. And then, no, St. Louis doesn't have a mask mandate, and obviously not, none of the other players are wearing it. So it is just a little like it just leaves a few questions in mind, about what is the significance of that? Is that like a fashion statement of some sort? I don't know. Okay.
Well, it's I don't know.
Right. Anyway. Right, exactly. Maybe something is wrong with the bottom half of his face. But anyway, all right, let's move on. It is kind of a funny thing. Now they got into an English opening. Okay, Hikaru switched it up from this knight of 3 e3 stuff.
Someone says he has COVID and doesn't want to spread it.
Yeah, well, then you wouldn't wear that kind of mask in that position, right? So,
right. And also, I mean, if he has COVID, I don't know if he would be allowed to play, to be honest. Jeffrey is thinking here. I wonder if he's worried that after castles, maybe Hikaru will go b5 and actually take this pawn over here, but that seems rather risky, but that does explain why he went for queen e7. Okay, so let's see, knight b2. Now for sure he's going to castle. And white needs to be a little bit careful here, because I think... Right, let me point this out real quick. So Hikaru could have played bishop e2, but maybe he was worried about e4. Wait, it doesn't work. But like if white takes here, then there's this, and this hangs. But white has bishop takes f3, and the knight is hanging. All right, anyway. Rook c1 and queen c2 was played, so I guess now he's going to go bishop e2 and castles. Oh, Jeffrey has a very nice idea here, I think. I think he can go a5, hit this pawn.
b5, is there some kind of knight b4? No, it's knight a7 and knight d4, like in the Sicilian.
No, you're right. It doesn't really work, it seems. I mean, you have this, but at the end, you're down a pawn. And bishop c4, white is getting out of the center very quickly. But a5 is on the board, so I guess he wants knight a7, which is kind of annoying because you don't really want to go a4 because then, I mean, there's c6, there's knight b4, and you don't really want that. But b5, knight a5 is on the board. e4 again. Knight f4.
Oh, wow. This is the new treatment of the English opening. Just put the pawn on e4. Okay. Well, so far Hikaru's position looks not like amazing because he's not castled. He's behind in development. On the other hand, black has a knight that's stuck on a7 and you can't really play c6 because of b6. So it's still very complicated.
Right. So let's see. So bishop g4. I think sooner or later you have to play g3, and there it is to get rid of the knight. Jeffrey takes, you have to recapture. And now knight e6, of course. I mean, I guess bishop h3 is what it's going to do to pressure the knight to get pressure towards his pawn on c7. And let's see. I guess it's time for Jeffrey to go c6.
All right, 96. And what is Hikaru going to do? Well, he can't take the pawn on e5, right? It's just too dangerous. Knight takes e5. I mean, well, something bad is going to happen, yeah, but what is it exactly? I mean, what happens when he takes e5, Benjamin? What's the problem with that?
It's a very good question. I mean, maybe just knight d4, right? And after this trade,
Yeah.
black has pretty good compensation on the dark squares, I think. Although, I mean, so knight c4, white is still holding it all together. But I would still be surprised if Hikaru actually goes ahead and takes it.
Yeah.
I think bishop h3 is much more common.
Okay. So bishop h3 makes sense. Yeah, I got to develop the bishop somewhere. Putting him on g2 is pretty pointless. So you go to h3 and you want to take the knight. Yeah, it looks like a normal move. I think Hikaru should be doing it. Taking the pawn when you're behind in development, guys, is a little too risky. So we need to get castled, follow the basic rules of chess. So bishop h3, Hikaru, come on. Don't be grabbing those. They call them juicers?
Yeah, that's what he calls it.
It's not juice time.
All right, and bishop h3, c6 is on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a pity that he spent so much time on it, but I mean, b6, okay, knight c8 now, and I don't really see how you defend this pawn, but he sacks it. Okay, so what if takes?
Yeah. Okay, so knight takes b6 and queen b3, and then you don't have queen b4 because of bishop e6, so you have to figure out some way to defend this knight. How are you going to do it without losing the b7 pawn? Well, you might go knight d7. I can't really take on b7 because there's rook b8 and I lose my bishop. So at the moment, I can't get that pawn back. So what exactly can I do? Maybe bishop a3, some kind of move? Okay, he went rook a6.
Right, that looks a little clumsy though. I mean, white now has ideas of, let's say, rook to d1 and then d4 and bishop f1 all of a sudden. So yeah, also the rook kind of seems off here if the center would suddenly open up. So let's see how Hikaru is going to continue, but I don't see a direct way to punish black. I mean, knight takes e5 probably. Oh, there's knight g5 winning the game on the spot. So Hikaru play bishop a3, hitting the queen, and queen f6, hitting this knight of bishop.
It's a bit of a passive move, yeah. Bishop g2. Wow. Why was d4 being suggested? Why was d4 like a better move than bishop g2? Was there any point to it?
All right, so bishop f8, bishop b2. This one over here. Okay, he's gonna go for it. You have to, yeah. So take, and then I mean, if knight takes,
it's exciting.
Right. I mean, especially because this rook is kind of off here, yeah. So he has to take with the bishop, I think. Queen e7. Okay, hey, bishop a1. And at the end of the rainbow, there's a checkmate. He goes for it. Bishop a1 on the board.
I mean, okay, he has great compensation for the exchange, right? Pawns are even, so he's down a pure exchange, but the rook on a6, the knight on b6 are not great pieces, and that diagonal should be worth a lot. So queen c3 is an annoying move coming.
Yeah.
And
Pot of gold and a checkmate.
Pawns.
Right. Knight d7 by Jeff. Okay, I guess taking his bishop h3 seems a little slow, to be honest.
Yeah, taking there's rook b6, right? So he needs to be careful. Like nothing, his queen doesn't get stuck there.
Right. So let's see what's going to happen here. I mean, it still practically looks nice for white because he always has the long diagonal. He has the center, which can move up any moment. So it seems tough for Jeffrey, right? There's a lot of ideas he has to keep in mind.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's a very complicated position. So
well, queen f6.
Okay, what? Why is he giving that up? Wait, what? Why is he just giving up a piece? Because I mean, obviously, I mean, okay.
Wait, so rook takes d3. But... Oh, but 95 and 97 ends the game pretty much on the spot, and there it is.
Wow, you put that on the board already? Yeah, the knight's in the center. Oh man, Jeffrey blundered.
It's kind of funny because in yesterday's game when Hikaru was black, they had something similar, right? Where Hikaru had the rook versus the two minors, and Hikaru had the majority on the queen side. So here's something similar, but unfortunately, it doesn't really work out for Jeffrey because he's losing more material.
Yeah, exactly. There is something similar to their game from yesterday. But knight d7, what can you do about that? So you're either going to have to like protect your rook and just let it get captured, be down a piece, or you allow knight d7. It's a disaster. Yeah, poor Jeffrey. I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, there are some adjustments like I could recommend to him if he gave me a call, but but you know, I'm not yet the consultant to the top players. So but yeah, I mean, it was a bit a good day for Hikaru after those two quite tragic losses in a row, right? It looked like things might not be his day, but I think he pulled himself together really well and is going to get a very deserved clear second place.
Yeah. But as we speak, Levon drew Nepo, and we'll definitely show the game later. But yeah, Hikaru up a piece now. He still has to finish it off. I mean, this one a4 still a little weak. E6, I guess f5 by Jeffrey, but maybe now you move the knight and rook d7 looks pretty strong. But you know, king g7. It's not over yet. There's still work to be done. And yeah, some people pointed out in the chat, if Hikaru wins this game, he will finish this game on 6.5 out of 9. That's still very good. And the entire Blitz portion on 14 out of 18. That's a huge score.
Yeah, that is a big plus score. By the way, Firouzja is still playing Dominguez, and they're okay. Well, he's got Dominguez under pressure, and probably he will win. Yeah, it looks like he's going to win despite being down some material, but he's got like a big attack. We can take a look at that later. Well, what can you do? He's just really good.
Yeah, tough position for Jeffrey here. I mean, you can't really make a move, right? Like if you take here, white takes here, and the bishop and the king can move. I mean, h6 probably allows knight takes g6. So it's tough. And in the meantime, white is slowly going to improve. Rook b2. I would just go king g2, I think. Just slowly improve the position.
Yeah, so what's the winning plan for white? It's not so obvious, is it? He needs to like...
That is true. Good. Bishop g2. You put the bishop on f3.
I mean, yeah, I guess it doesn't matter if he loses the a4 pawn. He actually wants that, so he can take on b7 and separate those pawns. So black doesn't really have a threat.
It's still a little odd. Like, how do you improve the position? Bishop d1, rook b2. Huh. Okay, king h3. Okay, so if black takes here, you take here. Okay, but now g4. You get g4, and then things start falling apart for black. But g4 on the board.
Yeah, he just wants to win
takes.
Yep.
h6.
You can probably even play d5 here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a very nice tactic because in case it takes, there's this.
Yep.
So you move the bishop, and then e7 wins another piece, I think. But king e6 at the end. But then bishop's something's got to be winning.
Bishop c2 and then bishop f5. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been winning. Right.
All right. And Hikaru has won his game. After knight takes g6, Jeffrey took the pawn on e6, but now Hikaru just took. And after rook d7, everything was defended. If you take the knight, there's bishop c2, picking the rook up at the end. So Hikaru, with a very strong performance, locks in second place and keeps his rating above 2,900.
I think it's a very successful event for him. I really, I mean, even though we know he's such a super strong blitz player, like if you would have said, well, after the rapid, you were in last place, and then you have to climb out of that hole, right? Because, it wasn't just like, how is he going to do in the blitz? It's like he has to overcome the bad result in the rapid because it's a cumulative score. So to go from 10th place to clear second is just a really solid achievement. I think he should be very happy with his play in this tournament.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I think he's been playing great in the Blitz portion. Of course, the Rapid was quite disappointing, right? He finished in last place with 3.5 out of 9, I believe, -2.
Yeah.
He wasn't really able to put points on the table on the scoreboard. But let's have a look at the other games that were played. But yeah, for Ruja, he's really been crushing throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's funny with the Rapid is that 5.5 out of 9 won the Rapid. So it was a very tight spread. Like I wouldn't say that 3.5 out of 9 is like, wow, like an absolutely disastrous tournament -2. I mean, someone needs to lose, and otherwise they're all going to finish on 4.5 points, right? So, I mean, it's a bad event. Yes, it's not great, but it's not like an absolute disaster, like getting, I don't know, 2 points out of 9, right? So -2, yeah. I mean, it was still like not a totally disastrous result, I would say, because someone's just got to finish on those points.
Right. And yeah, Hikaru will probably be doing an interview soon with the St. Louis stream. So let's see if we can pull that one up. Let's see when he will be on. We might have to wait for a little bit, but let's have a very quick look at what happened in this game between Alireza and Dominguez. So it seemed like Dominguez, again, he was doing well. H4. Around here, those things are starting to derail when Alireza was launching an attack on the king side. All right, F6, rook e4, and knight takes g4. Alireza sacrificing the exchange. I think he's absolutely correct here because the light squares of black are now so weak. All right, they're interviewing Alireza first. Hopefully after this, we'll get Hikaru. But takes f5, g5, and look at this king, right? Bishop d5 is coming in, queen h5, and I think practically there's just no way you can defend this.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that white is doing so well despite the fact that their knight is on a4, because that's something that stands out to me. Like normally when you're down material, like if you think about it, the knight on a4 is not taking part in this attack at all. So basically white is attacking down a rook, and somehow it's still good for white. So it is a bit surprising. But look at those. Actually, hold on. Let's stay on this position for a second. Like what a construction with 4 pieces on the 5th rank. That's really not something that you see very often. And so many captures that black can make. He can capture 3 of them, but none of those moves actually works to save them. And we got Alireza on right now.
Exactly. Yeah, it's actually a pity that this pawn is not on b5 because then the whole 5th rank would be occupied. But let's watch Alireza.
Christian. Alireza, first of all, congratulations. What a dominating performance. You came to St. Louis. You said this is a dream for you to play in St. Louis. Not only that you fulfilled that dream, but in such a tremendous fashion. Describe to us your feelings right now.
Yeah, actually, I could reveal a secret. It was my promise for a long time that if I will come to St. Louis, I win my first tournament. So I managed to.
Who did you make that promise
to? To myself. For a long time. So no, it's really remarkable, this chess club. I'm really in love with this chess club. I think everything is in a good manner, and I'm really happy to be here.
We saw you pensive in between rounds. You were thinking, not necessarily speaking to other players. Were you just like simply focused? Were you trying to be in the moment?
Yeah, I think, okay, the talking that they were doing, it was also not very important. I mean, the subject I was not really interested in. So also I think Hikaru was not talking to everybody. So yeah, I think keeping focus is important. So at least for me, so. Yeah.
How important was it for your mom to be here with you in St. Louis, as well as your brother? It felt like they kept you grounded. Could you describe that?
Yeah, my whole family is here. My father, brother, mother, everybody's here. Yeah, I always travel with them during the tournaments. So I'm really grateful for them to be here, always with me. It's very important, I think. And yeah, I'm very thankful.
The first time being a full-time player in the Grand Chess Tour, and you already win an event. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot, of course. It's a very tough tournament. I think this Rapid and Blitz was the strongest because the others, they were few wildcards that were not in very high rated. So I'm happy to win this one, but of course still there is Singfield Cup. So.
Were you aware by the fact that with this last victory you passed 2,900 on the live rating list? Were you keeping in touch with that?
I was aware, but the sad thing is that I'm not number one. Imagine the world that you're 2,900 and you're not number one.
Well, Hikaru won a lot of games as well.
Yes, I thought Hikaru should his rating collapsed in the middle because he lost 2-3 games, but I guess his rating was very high, so
he came back as well.
Yeah.
Still, what an impressive performance, Alireza. Congratulations, guys. Any questions
I wanted
for our champion?
From behind the wall, I want to maybe ask Alireza to settle this for us. If you wanted, if you had to choose between, I don't know, I'm choosing two, which I think are probably in the running there. Which one means more to you?
And welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So, yeah, a very dominant performance for Alireza Firouzja. Hikaru should be joining us for an interview shortly. He said in the chat that he will probably be on within 5 minutes. So let's see, after Queen H5, how Alireza broke through. Anyway.
So it's really quite interesting. He's only attacking with the queen and bishop, but somehow there's no defense. And here's kind of a nice point. So he's threatening queen f7 mate. Now you don't have queen e7 because of mate and 1 on g8. You don't have rook c7 because of queen g8, king e7.
Oh, wait, it seems that Hikaru is on for an interview right now. So let's see if we can pull that one up.
Let's do it.
Christian, who is with Hikaru.
Hikaru, an inspiring performance in the Blitz section. Nevertheless, I see you a bit disappointed. Describe to us your feelings right now.
Disappointed? I mean, I could hardly be happier, honestly. I mean, I didn't show up for 3 days, and then I at least tried to remember how to play chess the last 2 days. So, I mean, with the way Alireza played throughout the tournament, obviously very deserving winner. And in particular, I mean, the way that he played today, at least, it was never realistic. Like, I can look at my tournament and be unhappy about maybe 2 of the games in the Rapid and think I should have drawn instead of losing, but it still wouldn't have made a difference. So it's really hard to be unhappy. You know, I think I'm actually quite happy with the way I played after these two unfortunate losses today, and just won a couple games at the end. So yeah, second place is pretty good.
When did you feel like you're regaining your mojo at the beginning of the Blitz section? Which one was the precise moment?
I mean, probably it was, well, I think for the Blitz, it was the first 2 games both days. I mean, yesterday I had the 2 whites, and I kind of after this game against Fabiano, which I lost in the Rapid, I just wanted to play chess. There's really nothing else in my head at that moment. And I won that game. I won against Levin. The rest of the day kind of flowed. Today was, I mean, much different. I felt like I probably should have made a draw against Alireza in this 3rd round game after the 2nd game, which was really a very tilting loss that I had against Levin. But I figured, okay, I should probably try. And obviously that didn't go well, but then I was able to stabilize pretty quickly in the following game against Sam, I think it was. So overall, I mean, I can't really be that unhappy. I wish I had played better in the Rapid, but I don't think the overall result was in doubt. So after being in the last 3 days to finish in 2nd, can't be better. Really couldn't ask for more.
Hikaru, you have a legion of fans behind you. Any words for them, and what's next for you?
Well, I mean, I think I showed I could play chess. I think a lot of people after 3 days were saying I should like go back into retirement or things like this, especially my good friends over on that famous Reddit, that subreddit. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of upcoming tournaments, I don't have a lot. I actually felt that probably it was a big mistake that I didn't really get any time off before playing here. I mean, I played this Rapid Chess Championship, which was 4 days in a row against other top players. Then I played this like 960, Title Tuesday, Irina Kings. I mean, I played 7 days in a row before this event, and I think that was probably too much overall. And then moving forward, I mean, I go back to streaming. Next tournament that I know I'm playing is a 960 here in St. Louis in a couple of weeks, and then probably there's this Tata Steel event at the end of November, I believe it is, and if there's a World Rapid and Blitz, probably that. But yeah, a couple of tournaments, but I get to go back to my real job, so it's all good.
Congratulations, Hikaru. Always a pleasure to have you here in St. Louis.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Hikaru. And let's take a look at the GCT